Hi, friends. My name's host Eric. I'm the host of Talk with Famous People. But a lot of people will call me Captain Excitement.
I call you Captain Excitement.
Thanks, darling.
I love you.
I love you too. And that's why I'm offering you today a free session of excitement galore, which is more excitement than maybe you're prepared for, but only as much excitement as you deserve. Hello, my darling. Hello, my baby. Hello, my good time gal. Now I've got an exciting hat on, so we're good to go with the excitement party. I tell you what, we'll take turns being exciting and excited. First, I'll be exciting and you be excited, and then vice versa. Does that sound fun? It does to me. You know what doesn't sound fun is the thing that's supposed to be so fun, a barrel of monkeys. That doesn't sound very fun to me.
Me neither.
It sounds like a lot of responsibility. I don't even want one monkey, let alone a whole barrel full. Not even a single lone solitary monkey. No. How many monkeys do I want? You can count the total number of monkeys I want with 0 hands. Well, the thumbnail looks fine. Hi, William. Hello, William. How are you? Did you come here to sell your poo? I'm not in the market to buy that. So tonight's the last day of wakey week. So I guess it would be the opposite of sleepy week.
Mm-hmm.
Rachel and I went to the weed store today and got a fresh ounce of weed.
Hi, Kia. Oh, gosh.
Hooray the William. Come on, everybody, let's hooray the William. So, given that it's the last drug night, before what we like to call the boring days. The sleep and eat, smoke a little weed days, those kind of days. They're the kind of days that Grandma warned you about when she said, there will be days like these. So, yes, we went to the weed store. And yes, I finished my Adderall today that I haven't. I even got into the vacation Adderall a little bit because we needed to run errands. And I also wanted to have the right mixture of things when I took, as I did not that long ago, the rest of the mushrooms. Yes, that's right, everybody. I ate the rest of the mushrooms. And this time, I believe I've eaten enough mushrooms with almost a week under my head since last time I took them. 6 days, I took them last week on Tuesday. Today's Monday. Meow to you as well, Ike. Meow right back at you. And I'll admit, I'm feeling a little like hell in heavy lids, which is to say, I'm feeling reasonably worn out, but not nearly as worn out as I would be at the end of a bottle normally. And I am anticipating that as the mushrooms begin to settle into my body, like, I don't know, like a bird settling into its nest after a long day's worth of flying. Well, I believe that at that moment I will come to understand what all of this means. All of it. Mm-hmm. That's how magical it is, these mushrooms. Old habits die hard. Such as, which of my old habits do you say is dying hard? As far as I know, none of my habits are even sick. They're all alive and well and thriving. But, I suppose some habits, if you want to extinguish them, you're having trouble, I suppose that would qualify as a habit dying hard. The only thing then in that case that I would qualify as, that I think would qualify as a habit dying hard for me would be candy. I'd like to excise refined sugar from my diet mostly, but I have a bit of a candy habit, Especially at night, I want to eat candy. I like to get up in the middle of the night and go to the bathroom and then get some candy before I go into the bathroom. It's me, R. Ortega. Ortega, you might say. It is I, is what I should have said. Because is a linking verb, therefore requiring us to use the nominative case for the predicate noun that follows the linking verb and renames the subject. See, I don't want candy that I'm going to be eating to be in the same emotional space as the bathroom, which has the general aura of poop around it, So I'll keep the food in the kitchen where food is happiest. Where's Rachel?
Hello.
My favorite candy, I think, is a combo of Haribo peaches and raisin at the same time. One raisin and like 2 Haribo peaches, maybe 3 Haribo peaches, because the peaches get chewed up and swallowed away well before the raisin's done. William, I took quite a sizable amount of mushrooms this evening. It's hard to say exactly how many, but I'd say twice as much as I took last time or the time before. What's Rachel's favorite candy?
It's hard. I like raisins a lot.
Raisins are really good.
Yeah.
You also like Peeps.
I do like Peeps. They're not the they're. I do like Peeps. I do.
So we'll just have to see what the mushrooms have to say on this fine Monday evening. Will they show up, ready to get good work done here, making me actually trip for reals though? Like last several times, it seems like I just kind of had these half-assed sort of trips. I want to actually have a nice hard mushroom trip. I think before the mushrooms kick in, and I'm rendered completely incapable of doing anything, assuming they do, might need more time elapsed during trip. Thanks, R. Ortega. Thanks, I'm waiting for the mushrooms to take effect.
Please.
I may play a very slow, very calming song called Waiting for Mushrooms on the piano.
Ooh.
Who is mushrooms? That's a good question. Thanks, William. I'll take both those, no problem. Oh. Oh my gosh, William, that's so sweet. I won't say you shouldn't have, because you should have, and therefore I'm glad you did. Hi, Zane FD. I'm Zane FD, the South American lefty. I'm going to pull this bowl clean without it being all cloggy. There we go. Now we're going to pull this bowl straight on through. How are we doing? Well, Zane FD, I'd say that I hate to go on a limb and speak for Rachel, but I would posit that we're doing fine.
Yeah.
We're just having a real peaceful time waiting for the mushrooms. We're going to have to sing a real peaceful song called Waiting for the Mushrooms. That's too slow.
What's this? Polka?
It's a overwaltz.
Oh. He used to ask for a waltz.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's a very slow waltz. We're not waiting to receive a shipment of brooms, and we're not going to allow ourselves to smell horrible fumes. No, we are not getting communities to hide our looms, and we're not grating cheese on grandmother's tombs. We're waiting for mushrooms, not grating on crushed crooms, just waiting for mushrooms today. Well, I hope you enjoyed that song. It's pretty slow, but I think what we've learned today is that pretty slow is A-OK. Remember, slow and steady wins the race. A Santa Claus comes on the city at night. He's gonna fly like a big old kite in the sky. He's a Santa and y'all know why. He doesn't fly on top of a plane. He uses a sleigh with a reindeer hay, and he comes around gathering up some toys, then redistributing them to the girls and boys. Wait a second. Yes, that's right. Santa's a commie to steal your toys and give them away. His excuse is the other party needs those toys more than you. No way! But hey, that's what Santa Claus does. Goes around and he steals all your stuff, and then he gives it to somebody who he deems more deserving. Santa, 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 stay away. Don't come steal all my toys today. I think that you're a real bad guy, stealing all your toys and I don't know why. Oh wait, maybe I do. It's because you're a communist. You're a communist. Santa, 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 what are you doing in my chimney? It seems that your red suit has given you some envy. That red is for your communist ideology, I guess. But I'm not going to tolerate that this Christmas. So I went and got the gun that I bought my wife for Christmas, knowing she'd get none from Santa, since he only takes away what's nice from us, and that's why I got this then. And I'm gonna show you what is a sin. It's called theft, and that's why I'm going to shoot you. Thank you. Thank you. Another song about Santa. Blah, blah, blah. What you saying to me? Blah, blah, blah. That's what you're saying to me. Blah, blah, blah. Why are you saying blah, blah, blah to me? Because I don't. Blah, blah, blah. No, and he won't. Blah, blah, blah. Think that you will pay attention to me unless I'm constantly telling you blah, 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 blah. Thank you, darling. Thank you. When you once told me about the Easter Bunny. I said, hey, doesn't that sound kind of funny? Like, I mean, kind of not easily believable. But then I one day woke up, it wasn't even Easter Sunday, I think it was a Tuesday, maybe it was actually a Monday, but regardless, the point is, I woke up that day, and what did I see laying eggs out in the yard? It was a giant pink bunny, and that's when I believed. That's because I see with my own eyes, yeah, I see. They said they were doing different holidays. I already did Santa Claus that way, but this is a song for the Easter Bunny, because otherwise he would complain about it to me later on, you see, because he and I are good friends. We met in '83. I was attending an egg finding camp. Anyway, I'd learned how to find eggs better than all of the other kids in class. I was at least 2 or 3 times their age. Then the Easter Bunny said, hey, I see you. He peeked out from behind a tree and went, hey. I said, I see you too. And then I ran over there and we played and played. I said, don't you want to hang out with the other children too? And he said, no, I only want to hang out with Y-O-U. I said, me? Really? Gee, that's so wonderful. Your Eastery. You remind me of a really cool kind of uncle or something. I don't know, but a rabbit though, who could also lay eggs. You got so many talents, you can play with me anytime. Wow, that was an abrupt ending. I guess I pushed the wrong button. What happened to America first? Well, the nation of Aardvark came into existence. Even before that, Afghanistan alphabetically had us beat. I don't know, the bottom is on. I don't know. Somebody chopped out a part of my brain because I was being difficult. That's what I call the lobotomy song. You know what they say? Love takes away at least 10 to 20 IQ points. Often, almost nightly, my love for Rachel makes me retarded. Rachel too, makes her retarded too, and then we make plans about competing at the Special Olympics, only to wake up the next morning normal again. Of course, when we're retarded, it doesn't dawn on us that it might not stick. After all, we're retarded. Let me get my glasses. And maybe a beverage. But I can't wear my glasses.
Jacket?
Yeah, probably a little jacket wouldn't kill you. Thought it went chopped out part of my brain because I was being insane. No. If that were the lyric, then it would suggest that lobotomies were given as some sort of treatment. And instead, they were just punishment for being difficult. There, that'll show you. Doctor, this patient is really being difficult. Can I prescribe a lobotomy? Nurse, you're not a doctor. You can't prescribe a lobotomy. I'll do it for you. Who are we lobotomizing today? Let's see. Stan somebody, huh? Sounds good. Let me get my egg beater, a bone saw, and we'll be done by 6 o'clock. You know, I think America's a little more polite than America First, anyway. It's more like, no, after you, go ahead. We're just in some sort of international line anyway, so please, we'll go after you. You want to walk around this way?
Sure.
I don't know if there are mosquitoes or not. It seems pretty chilly for mosquitoes. I normally water every day, but it's pretty chilly today.
Yeah.
I think they could. Well, they could water now. They could just wait till tomorrow, too. It's not going to hurt them any. They're not going to be dying for water before the morning. It's gorgeous out. Like, just looking over there, this kind of weird slate gray sky.
Yeah.
And the varying shades of green in the forest. Quite lovely. Let me show you with my showing phone. All right, you can see too. Well, it looks nicer in person. Okay? It maybe looks just whatever on the phone, but it looks nicer in person. Oh, Lulu. Well, I think I should. I think this trip should kick in pretty good. I mean,
I think so too.
I'm feeling them pretty good already. So,
Cool.
but I've had my hopes before, feeling like early indications of Okay, these should go and get pretty good, and it's just kind of like, womp, 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 womp. So I don't want to really get my hopes up too much.
No.
Still some skeets, huh?
Yeah. They like me apparently.
Even in this frigid weather, there's still some skeets. We're a real couple of Snow Whites around here.
Yeah.
Birds fly up to me and say, more like Song of the South. They say, hi, Eric. And I say, well, hello, Mr. Birdie. Just like that. This wafting the psilocybin into my soul. Good to waft things.
It is.
That's an oddly specific verb, you know. To go like this to make the smell of something come over to you.
The first time I heard about, like, I say wafting because of my Locust Valley lockjaw. But first time I heard about wafting was in science class.
Oh, I say, dear, could you waft some of this over here?
Yes.
Well, yeah, that's the first time I heard of wafting as a transitive verb, right?
Yeah.
Like, you hear it used or you see it read, read it used the other way, like, with the smell of fresh baked bread wafting towards him, Tom could barely silence his hungry stomach or something. So I'd encountered it like that before, but I too had not encountered it as a transitive verb to waft something towards you until science class. Because I'm sure the same reason. So you don't just go stick your nose and smell something just hardcore.
Mm-hmm.
You might get a big surprise called a nose full of smells. Oh.
Good attempt.
Well, the problem is this ashtray has problems. See, it's not the ideal shape of bottle. Would you like me to explain to you why?
Hey, what?
This is not an ideal shape of bottle.
Okay, why?
Because with like a wine bottle, the thin neck makes it so that there's not enough air in there for it to catch any fires or keep burning for very long. But with this one, if I don't put the lid on top of it, then it'll make a little fire in there. And then if I put it down there, great. But then I always have to put it on after I put the cigarette in there. So then when I go to the thing, it's not really ready to put a cigarette into it. So then I end up putting it on top of it for some dumb reason. I don't know. It's just a real TE stick in the butt. Doesn't this look like a guy with a shield? There's his head,
Yeah.
his legs,
Okay.
his shield. He's got one arm chopped off over here.
Yeah, he does. He's got very long legs.
But what I like about this is it's a good way for us to include in our what do they call that shit?
Parasocial?
No. Pareidolia?
I've never
It
heard
means
that.
like seeing things in randomness, right?
Oh,
We have included a disabled person,
you did.
and that makes us not racist against disabled people.
No.
Ah. Well, the mushrooms are really bringing a lot of crispness to everything. Everything's crisp, like it's had its genetic code snipped by CRISPR, the gene splicing machine. Crisp as a slice of lettuce on a cold winter's eve. That's very, very crisp. Oh, look at this. Let's see what's being said here. I don't understand what I'm watching here. Is that a question or a statement? We were in the forest, not really the forest, there's forest around our house, you know. Accidentally double dosed my night meds. Well, that's not good. There's no such thing as random forest. Only forests and arbitrary forests. Okay, well, it's true that it wasn't random forest because I guess what would qualify something as random forest instead of like, well, this is our forest because part of it's our forest because it's on our property, but then the other part of it is near us. It's identifiable forest, like, oh, it's this specific place. Or if you just take a picture of some piece of forest someplace, then that qualifies as random forest. Sounds like something you didn't want to have to do. What? Okay, maybe Acacia's right. Maybe a better term would be unfamiliar forest. Or forest not notable for anything in particular. That's really what I mean. Forest that's not notable. That's what makes it random forest. And to get random forest, you have to use, of course, a random forest generator. Otherwise, you won't get a truly random forest. Even if you use a random forest generator, it won't truly be random. It'd be better served to shuffle a deck of cards, assigning each card, of course, to some quadrant of forest, and then ever smaller quadrants forest until you truly pick one square into random forest. That would be a good thing to do. And I don't know why everybody's not doing it right now. It's making me more than a little angry. As you can probably tell. Oh yes, the forbidden dance, the tango. Oh, let me push this thing. I'll try to do the thing. You start off sliding around like this. I slide around. That's how we do. The tango by sliding. Yes, by sliding around. Wow, that's a fancy ending. The thing that makes me sick of this, sick of this thing, is that I cannot. Like every chord is major. I can't get to play any other chord form. I think there is a way to do it, but I don't know how to. And I don't know, figuring out something that substantial seems like a bit of an undertaking. It's like, you can't even really play in a key other than F, C. I mean, you can play in any key, I guess, but you can't play any minor chords in any of the keys. And that means you're very limited in how you use for given notes chords. Like, if I'm playing in C, I would like to have A minor available. If I'm playing in G, I'd like to have E minor available. But it just doesn't want to let me. Because I don't know how. And I'm like, hey, that's racist against people who don't understand things. And it was like, yeah, that's how life goes. I, like many things, am racist against those who do not understand how I work. But, I said, but, that's racist. Yamaha. I know you already know you come from a very ethnocentric culture. Have you ever thought of hosting games? Well, no. Matthew Hugg lives on 37 acres on the East Coast. Too much land. Oy, oy, oy. You know, if you have a bunch of land, what are you going to have to do? Pay attention to it. You can't just sit inside the house while all of your land catches on fire or becomes part of a new glacier. Whichever is more likely, it's hard to say. One of the threats that people often is a gap in their insurance coverage is they don't get insurance for what should happen. What will happen if my property becomes part of a new glacier?
Oh, wow.
I like to think I've thought of every possible disaster contingency so that we can get insurance for everything. Because if there's one thing I love conceptually, just conceptually, I just love the idea of it, it's insurance. I'll pay you like every month this amount so that when something bad happens, then you can pay me a big amount. I mean, it's just such a losing deal. Like car insurance. You mean before I get any money back on my investment here, I have to get into a car crash?
Yeah.
No, thank you. I'm paying you money that I'll never see again until and unless I crash my car. No, I'm not going to crash my car, so that's just paying you money for nothing. And if I do crash my car, it's like, how much, how, like, the chances that I will, I mean, if I were like regular people, I'd crash my car and then I'd just continue having car insurance. So just like keep giving it back to you and eventually you win no matter what. No, thank you, car insurance. Dinosaur house crush is indeed something that I might consider getting insurance for if I thought that any dinosaurs lived in this area. It's not that I don't believe dinosaurs are around. I just think that only the small ones are around here. We call them lizards. I don't like to host a game because that requires a lot of effie. You gotta like to do interfacey stuff a lot. I'm not that into playing ESFJ. Okay, everybody. Okay, can everybody settle down? Everybody, look at me, okay? Because we're gonna start. You're gonna love it. It's gonna be a lot of fun. No. No, 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 no. No. I don't like games like that really myself, so I'd have to just be lying the whole time. Oh, this is amazing. When really, I think, oh God, I wish this would end 15 minutes ago. Someone else could host it, sure. Or I could just leave the stream on and people could do whatever they want. But the thing is, that's a little risky because I'm responsible for whatever happens on the stream. I get it. You're like, well, we're only inviting people we trust, but I don't necessarily trust those people in chat. I don't know what they're like. Some of them, you know. Sometimes people get a camera on them and all of a sudden they do something crazy or whatever. You get me in trouble. Who knows? It's like that lady whose panel we were at. That guy, brought full frontal nudity into the stream. Well, that gets you in big trouble. At the very least, you're gonna have to delete that content and hope that the auto catcher doesn't catch it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you can do that kind of stuff on Discord.
Yeah, you can. I don't know how.
It's just then it's not published, but I already walked that road and understood the benefits, risks, etc. I had, the Raw channel 2. There's nothing very set it and forget it about it,
Mm-hmm.
I look more like Saddam every day. Saddam never had this cool of a hat. Never did Saddam Hussein wear a hat this pimpin'.
No.
Well, I could do some cheerleading practices, But the problem that we have is that all of the cheers I'd instruct, I just have to make them up on the spot. I only have a couple of cheers that are regular cheers, like Let's Go Athletics and maybe that's it. I can't think of any other actual cheers I do.
Yeah, you come up with others. You definitely
I do them all the time, but I
time,
don't
yeah.
keep track of them.
No.
It doesn't seem to me like I'm making anything in a medium at all that matters at all, so why would I bother keeping track of it? I do have that one. Give me a B, give me an O, give me a what? Bow? Oh, I see, like, tie a bow on it. B-O-W. Give me a B, give me an O, give me a W. What's that spell? Bow. Yeah, bow, bow, bow. Everybody's jumping up and down and saying bow. And nobody wonders, why did we just spell bow? And then someone in the stands yells, no, it's bow.
That's funny.
They don't agree with them, but they agree to spell cow as a compromise. That way, he can be right phonetically. After a considerable discussion among the cheerleaders, this is what happened. They said, okay, look, we are going to stand our ground. We were spelling the word bow, not bow. However, in order to give him credit for the phonetic correctness, we will next do a cheer that spells the word cow. And that was the nail stick on it, and they agreed that was an equitable settlement for everybody. Not like that, Acacia. We're not living in China, okay? Why don't you get yourself out of Chinatown and back over here to America land? God. Have I ever visited Morocco, Egypt, or an African country? No, I have not. Have you? But have you, though? Yeah, you must have forgotten about that. That's why you smell like Peking duck. It's a specialty of Chinatown. In Americatown, we don't eat ducks. Who eats ducks? Ducks are a poor substitute indeed for chickens. They're so not good that you have to go all the way to Peking, China, which doesn't even exist anymore, just to get a duck to eat. I mean, you could eat it some other kind of duck, but have you ever heard of any other kind of duck that you eat? Maybe duck l'orange? Is that the French kind of duck? Anyway, the point is, there's only like 2 recipes in the whole world that even include duck. Why would you eat it? Duck soup, also called I couldn't catch the chicken soup. Nobody eats duck soup. Peking cat is honestly much better. Never had it. Never had Peking duck either. You'd love to go to Egypt. I refuse to go though because it's a recipe for people to constantly scam and haggle you like crazy. Aliana Diaz, scamming and haggling you should be at best second and third on your list of concerns. If you're talking about going to Egypt, you should be concerned about people raping you because you're a woman in public by herself. You know, Islam.
That's scary.
After all, what the hell are you doing out and about without a handler? Eric, do you think it's wrong to eat some animals and not others? Well, not morally wrong, but definitely it's like un-American to eat pets.
Yeah.
It may not be morally wrong, but it is un-American, and it's almost as bad. You eat Snickers with a knife or fork. That kind of un-American I'm down with. That's fine. That's the meta America rule that says, you know, if it doesn't violate someone else's rights, do whatever the fuck you want. But eating cats and dogs, that doesn't include that. That's un-American. There's not any good reason why you shouldn't do it, but it's fucked up and you shouldn't do it. That makes it un-American. You don't need to win the argument on things that are just un-American. You can just point out that that shit doesn't and shouldn't fly.
Yeah.
My meta glasses are nowhere to be found. I would not want to put any kind of interface thing like that over my eyes because I can't even look at my phone while I'm moving without getting carsick and seasick, regardless of the medium. I get seasick while driving. I've also been known to get carsick on a boat. I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. You know, it's an incredibly dorky song, but I agree with those lyrics right there 100%. Granted, we live in times such that if you're paying attention to the news rather than your own experience, it can feel as though that freedom's under threat. But I don't know, it's depressing to think about. I don't want to think about depressing stuff while I'm on mushrooms. What I probably should do is eat a little something like just one yogurt, I think.
Think one yogurt will help?
I think I should eat one yogurt. Oh, maybe I know what I should do. Is have a beverage.
You're not hungry?
No, I should eat a yogurt as well, but I think my primary issue here is I keep wanting a beverage. There's not one next to me, so then I just ignore it. I don't want this Coke that I had from before because the only reason I opened this Coke was because there wasn't any 7-Up or Meow Meow. But what there is iced tea. I'd rather have that. There's also waters. Nothing wrong with drinking water occasionally. Oh, sure. I'm not a huge water enthusiast.
Did you get your yogurt or decided against it?
I think for right now, I'm just going to sip some of this. Then maybe I'll get the yogurt. I feel kind of like a little bit of hunger nauseous.
Oh, yeah.
There. But it doesn't seem to have made any difference. I don't know what's going on with this. Well, I'm assuming it's working. What does it feel like on mushrooms? No, I don't need to poop at all, actually. I pooped right after I ate the mushrooms before I started streaming. Actually, could you bring me a yogurt when you come back in?
Yeah, sure. Do you care what flavor?
No. What does it feel like to be on mushrooms? It's a very it's got a lot of different possible expressions, you know? And you could take the same drug twice and in other words, the same mushrooms twice and have it impact you very differently. So, like, I think by and large, when my dopamine head is clean and I take it, especially with Adderall, it's going to either make me laugh a lot or potentially like rant.
Here you go.
Thank you, darling.
You're welcome.
So, it's obviously difficult to describe a totally subjective effect of a drug because the kind of drugs that we're talking about, they may be shoehorned into some kind of prescriptive use linked to some diagnosis, but they're fundamentally the reason why we're taking them is because they change your head, not because they fix a problem. So accordingly, it's kind of an impossible task to tell you what specifically a given thing is going to do to you, but it's a perfectly reasonable question that, well, is this going to make you go to sleep like heroin or something, or is it going to keep you awake? Like, most things you can give it a pretty, at least what you can give people is an explanation of an effect that is going to be close to something of how people understand an impact on your thinking or your head, right? But with psychedelics, it's very difficult to do that because, especially with mushrooms, sometimes it keeps you up, sometimes it makes you go to sleep, sometimes it makes you laugh, sometimes it makes you cry. The same batch of mushrooms might do the same thing in successive trips. And you might say, well, it's all about your your surroundings and but Rachel and I always take them in exactly the same surroundings and stuff. So that doesn't explain anything really. Your state of mind, sure, that explains something. I think the differentiation I experience has a lot more to do with what kind of dopamine levels I have left. So like this is me tripping pretty hard, I guess, um, at the end of a dopamine cycle, but kept up by the fact that I'm on Adderall today. Otherwise, the mushrooms would probably put me to sleep. You're worried you'd have paranoia? Well, I used to be of the mindset that, I mean, and in general, I still am. Like, I don't understand how people have bad trips on mushrooms, but I've had one myself. I've had like less pleasant trips, but what I think of as a bad trip is you're feeling panicky, scared of what's happening to you, feel like you're losing yourself or have lost yourself. You just want this thing to end, and you've got 8 more hours of tripping balls on acid in front of you. That's what I think of as a bad trip. Where you're fixated on the fact that you're too on drugs and wish it would end. But I don't know. I think mushrooms, it's harder to trip too hard on mushrooms, and you can much more reliably administer a dosage. So it's like very few people are gonna bad trip on half an eighth of mushrooms, whereas you're much more likely to bad trip on a full eighth. And the thing is, it's not like scalar, right? So the likelihood of you bad tripping on half an eighth is substantially less than half as much as the likelihood of you tripping on a full eighth, bad tripping on a full eighth. See what I'm saying? About it being not scalar. So the extent to which you're going to bad trip is going to correlate very strongly to higher dosage. After all, I don't know what it is with mushrooms, but for example, with acid at 50 mics, you can't even feel anything. Whereas 100 mics, you'll have a very mild trip and you'll be like, I I wish I had gotten the real experience, the full experience of. But then at 200 mics, it's you're already in possible bad trip territory because acid lasts such a long time, and you know it's hard to quantify. Like, oh well, at 100 mics, I didn't really feel hardly that much, but I could tell I was tripping. I was on a trip at least twice as hard as that. But 200 mics is way more than twice as hard as 100 mics. So you can't dose it like you can with mushrooms. But I mean, even mushrooms aren't. They're not going to simply be a matter of like, well, twice as many mushrooms, twice as hard. Mushrooms are a fickle mistress. The mushroom gods know best. Did I ever did MD? I don't know what MD is. Is that like, you blend a medical doctor up and smoke his remains? Figure he's gotta have plenty of good drugs. Yeah, I did it one time. Well, I did it one time that was real and strong. I attempted to do it multiple times. Only one time did I get legit shit. And that's how I know for sure that all the rest of the time I just complete bunk. The drive to constantly alter one's state through stimulation, distraction, substances, achievement, and even self-improvement is often just a coping mechanism for discomfort with baseline reality. Well, I mean, I think it's an odd way to, you could say, often just. I don't dispute what you're saying, I guess, but it's like you could say that clothes are mostly just a way to cope with discomfort that would otherwise be induced upon us by the elements, right? Whether it's a hot day or a cold day, you don't want your whole body to get hit by rays of sunshine. It's like, just cover me up so I don't get tan all the time and sunburned all the time for no other reason. Or maybe, it's like, if it's 68 degrees, I don't have any clothes on. Well, I'm going to get cold unless I'm constantly doing stuff and moving around. I'm going to get pretty darn cold without any clothes on. Nevertheless, it is the case that plenty of people care a lot about the clothes they wear because they're paying attention to how it makes them look and feel in ways other than physical. So too is it the case with various habits, substances, etc. Yes, the primary purpose of those things may be to protect us from the elements, but it doesn't mean that's why I'm wearing clothes / doing drugs. It's like you see plenty of chicks wear stupid clothes when it's cold out because they think it makes them look hot or whatever. When all it makes them do is feel cold.
Ain't that the truth?
So, even if your statement is technically true, it had that faintly porta potty smell of prescriptive advice. Oh, thanks, Fly Guy. I went outside and I took some pictures a couple days ago just so I would have some other kind of thumbnail besides just me going like this, you know, which was the only thing that I would do, because if you don't do that, then you're not quite sure, or I hadn't figured out anyway, which part of my face it was going to use. Because it's like the picture that it shows you before you take the picture, if you're on vertical, it converts it to sideways. So that's why I kept putting my face all up close, because it was the only way I could know that, like, I wouldn't be mostly cut off or something by when it turns it sideways. Because no matter how vertical you live stream, your thumbnails are still sideways. Why didn't they just change the thumbnails to be that too? I don't know. Maybe I'm sure they have a good reason for it. Because YouTube's not dumb. YouTube doesn't do dumb shit for no reason. I'm impressed with YouTube consistently. The dumbest thing I can think YouTube did was YouTube Music.
Yeah.
Wait, why, what? You're totally just cannibalizing your own people and giving them a different looking interface that gives you less nuanced control and no familiarity compared against playlists that you already have on YouTube. Why would you change over to that thing? You have to really fucking, I just so love Spotify so much that I want YouTube to be like Spotify. Nobody thinks that. It's like when Crunchyroll changed their plain Jane website to make it look more like Netflix. If I wanted to watch Netflix, I'd go watch Netflix. I don't want less functionality for more sleek look at Crunchyroll. Thank you very much. But I've gotten used to it, and it's fine enough, I guess, but it's still not as good as the old one, which you know it's not as good as the old one, because guess what they get to have in Japan? The old one. They don't have any new one in Japan. Japanese love to do that. So they keep the very best thing just for Japanese people. Sorry, this part is Japanese only. Why? Because it's the best part. And we don't think you're worthy because you're a foreigner. Oh, isn't that endearing? Isn't that adorable? I mean, the best I can come up with to deal with this quality of yours, Japan, is to be condescending and diminishment about it. Because other than that, I just say, well, that's incredibly fucked up. But I get it, you guys all have to be Japanese people with your bowing and your, oh my god, somebody's not happy. So, I guess you gotta have your own private fucking make-believe maid bars and shit. Keep in mind, I don't think anybody who's not Japanese has any interest whatsoever in going to your weird Japanese fetish shit. Where, like, you fetishize maids and butlers because you like that most heinous part of England. Like royalty and shit, you know? Why do you like it? I don't know. I don't know why anybody likes it. The idea that those people are so special. I mean, if they were so special, they'd come over and let me argue at them and listen to me scold them and acknowledge when I'm correct. I'd say, listen, your royalty, royalties. My lord. You're not anybody's lord, okay? Okay, I'm sorry, you're an earl. My mistake. And how did you become this earl? What did you do to master the art of earldom? Oh, you were just born an earl, huh? Well, isn't it enough that you were born into a rich family and inherited wealth? Why do you also have to be the earl of something? What does that possibly mean to you? Do you think that makes you, like, I don't know? Well, I know one thing that people do. They expect to get free first class on British Airways. I'm assuming they would never dare attempt such nonsense on American airplanes. But I'm like, fuck no. You're gonna get a free airline flight just because you're more likely than the general population to be a pedophile. Seems like that's the main thing about royalty that makes them different than regular people. They're at least 25, maybe 50%. Could be much higher. Could be as much like 700%. But a considerable amount more likely than a random person to be a pedophile. I think we can agree about that. But royalty without without me having to look for proof or anything. They just seem to be like that. I don't know why. Maybe it's just like, yes, me. I am an earl. Yes, these lambs, these people, they are all mine. I am the earl of whatever. Now, let's see, what do I want to do with all my wealth and power? I know. Somebody, fetch me some children. What is it about like super rich people, celebrities, royalty, even if they're not pedophiles, they still have like weird, fucking, like, you call it cosplay orgies. Like, it doesn't matter how famous or rich or royal I would ever get. I do not want to have incredibly cringe cosplay orgies. What makes you be so FE blind if nothing else? Like, wait, hold on a second. None of the rest of you people can tell how incredibly fucking dorky this is. I'm serious. None of you are embarrassed by this. Am I the only person forced to be here at this ridiculous cosplay orgy who's not mortified? You people are British. You're supposed to just suckle at the teeth of embarrassment, and here you are at this weird cosplay orgy. I don't know. Call me a grumpy old man if you will, but no weird cosplay orgies or any other kind of orgy, for that matter, for moi. No rituals with like runes and like mystic numbers and stuff. Not a single person at this orgy can tell how incredibly fucking dumb and embarrassing this is. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys. What do you think the next day after you're done with this? You think, oh, that went well. We kept the threat of the god Anubis at bay for another year. I don't know. I don't know how you do that stuff without just dying of embarrassment. Like, oh my God, how did I get myself into something so incredibly dorky? I might as well just go ahead and take out steampunk right now. I've got no other choice. At this point, having engaged in that ridiculous excuse for sex, I have no choice but to embrace steampunk. That's all that's left for me. Again, embrace steampunk, become a magician, and then try to find a girlfriend. It seems like that's the best order in which to do it. Otherwise, she's gonna be opposed to my transitioning into steampunk magicianhood. You know you're gonna get pushback on that. So if you better just get the girlfriend last. Or she knows what she's getting. She's getting a guy who was so embarrassed by participating in these ridiculous orgies that he had to become a steampunk magician to feel better about himself. That's what I think about you royalties. You're just a bunch of child touchers, or if you're not, you're just a bunch of weird orgy havers. Either way, you're dumb and embarrassing. I would be totally embarrassed to be anywhere near your English royalty. You've got to be kidding me. The year is 2025. Why do royalties still exist? It makes no sense at all. Like, that's just some random dude who just has everyone take pictures of him. He hasn't done anything. He's just famous from birth because he is the Earl of whatever. I mean, the thing is, he already has all this. He's born into this wealth and lands and all this stuff. But that is not enough for him. He has to also be this thing that it just has no definition. I am the Earl. And what does that mean? It means I'm better than a duke, but not as good as a lord. Okay, well, what does it mean in real words? It means I'm the bigwig. I'm in charge, and I'm more important than you. After all, what are you Earl of? I'm not Earl of anything. And you know, I'm totally fine with that. I am convinced that you and your title of Earl plus $5 can get a cup of coffee at Starbucks. Maybe if you're getting a small cup of coffee. Still feel a little tore up, you know. We had a lot of errands today and the end of a wakeful period. Tomorrow I'm going to crash hard. That'll be good. It's always good to crash when you're worn out. When you're young, you can really ask a lot of yourself and carry on like a trooper. I could. As I've gotten older, I need those medication breaks more frequently than I used to. Even when I do a really good job of trying to manage it, like good for me, okay? Not compared against taking what I'm prescribed, compared against what I normally am like, okay? I did a good job this time of not binging. To the best of my knowledge, I don't think I, on any day, took more than 4, which is, that's only twice what I'm prescribed is 4. Usually once I start running on a sleep deficit, then, well, I'll definitely hit a couple days of 6, normally. But this month, I did a good job. I credit that a lot to me doing mushrooms the night before I got the bottle of Adderall, which, like, the mushrooms the night before had satiated my fiendiness in general. So then when I got the speed, I also had this wonderful, like, afterglow from a great time Rachel and I had on mushrooms by ourselves. Because, I wasn't on any amphetamine, so I didn't really particularly feel any need to live stream the experience. Although I think we started off that way, but we then retired to bed and we had a hilariously good time laughing about shit. That was a classic, like, hilarity mushroom trip. There was no amphetamines involved. But it was also, much more SI focused mushroom trip. We were in bed, having a great time laughing, but not feeling like, walking around or standing up or anything. And, normally when people talk about having a great time together in bed, they're not talking about jokes and laughing, but that's what I'm talking about. It wasn't even jokes. It was we were laughing about this crazy reality that I had thought this jacket that was her jacket for it seems like for years now I thought this, that it was, I inherited it from my dad. It was actually her jacket the whole time. I've made many disparaging remarks about the jacket over the years. And I just thought, just this dumb purple jacket that I inherited from my dad. Really, I just grabbed Rachel's jacket and believed it to be my own. Someone sees you swatting a mosquito, they don't believe there's a mosquito until they see it themselves. What polar is that? Ni polar. That's Ni polar. Yeah, they're on duty 24/7, Chris. We were laughing our asses off about this jacket because at first I didn't believe it. I said, okay, now I believe you that this is your jacket, but there must be another one that looks a lot like this one that's in the car or someplace because there's no way this has been your jacket all along, Well, the truth is, it was her jacket the whole time, and it was never my dad's jacket. nor was it ever my jacket, except for the fact that she decided to just let me have the jacket because she thought it was cute that I was wearing it. But probably the reason she thought it was cute that I was wearing it was because I thought that it was her jacket, but I did not ever think that. I I try not to wear her clothes because I don't want to get them smell like cigarettes. Is TE polar is just difficulty ordinating things and dealing with ordinated stuff. Like, you know, knowing how long something's gonna take is has a lot to do with being able to break it down into steps before you start doing it, right? Somebody like me who just wants to, well, don't explain it to me. I'll just get my hands dirty and figure it out as I go. No, Eric, that's a nuclear bomb. You need to just listen to me explain it first. I'm sure I could figure it out. Like knee deep in plutonium, and then, oh, wait, this is the stuff I'm not supposed to touch. you know, that's bad TE. Am I in touch with my feminine side? What? Show media. What in the world makes you think like the thing is, I'm not saying I'm not in touch with my feminine side, but I have no idea what you could possibly be using as an indicator of whether I'm behaving more masculine or feminine. I have no idea what you could possibly be using because how am I showing some more feminine side now than any other time? Like if I were wearing a pink hat or something, you might say, oh, you're really showing your feminine side. Or if I was just talking about how I just love it when mine and my wife's periods align together, then you might say, okay, that's Eric's more feminine side. I don't know what you're cueing on, you know. Not saying that you're wrong or even. I just have no idea what you're cueing on. Normally, if somebody says, boy, Eric, you look tired today, I know what they're cueing on. They're cueing on the bags under my eyes, whatever. Reminds me of a story about an emission, a nuclear emission incident, when scientists were just adding material with a bucket and it just slipped. What are they? Just pouring buckets of stuff. I guess that's the only way you can do it, you know. But the thing is, there's this other example of a nuclear scientist back in the day. He liked to demonstrate this thing that he was demonstrating to scientists to explain a principle or something. Instead of using a proper procedure to keep these things the right distance apart, he would just like use a fork or whatever. And so it's just if his hand slipped and it got close to critical, then he and everybody in the room potentially, if it got far enough down, would be dead instantly. Well, one time he slipped, but he caught it enough in time that it didn't kill anybody but him. After that, I'm sure they said, that's enough using forks. I think Richard Feynman made some statement like playing meow meow with the dragon's tail about that incident. Oops. Maybe I shouldn't use that fork after all. Talk about needing to experience the consequences in order to understand the risks. I just don't have that much SE. I'm a big believer in let's default to not doing things because they never have unintended consequences. You know? And I'm fond of this quote I heard from somebody about something. I believe it was a quote by a guy who was condemning the guy. I do know where it's from. This guy, for some reason, wrote in to like Backpacker magazine or some outdoorsy thing like that to condemn a glowing article, or he proceeded a glowing article about that guy who went and lived in Alaska and died. They made that movie about, you know, called Into the Wild. Anyway, he had written in an objecting letter to this magazine saying you shouldn't romanticize that shit. Like it's not good to go live by yourself in the wilderness, basically. But the part I'm taking from his little letter that he wrote is the following. When he said he was complaining about the Exxon Valdez spill, even though it was unrelated to the guy in Alaska who died. He was nevertheless referring to the people who caused the Exxon Valdez spill, which was back in the day, you know. It was like the OG Deepwater Horizon. Anywho, he referred to them, the people behind it, them, the oil tanker drivers or whatever, as overconfident, underqualified men. I thought, boy, that sums up extroverted sensing in a nutshell. Overconfident and underqualified. Well, let's just see what's going to happen when we do things. You know what? I've had enough of you doing things. That's how oil spills happen. That's how people die in a bus in Alaska. That's how, well, you know who didn't cause a problem? The guy who wrote that letter into your magazine. And sure, his point about the Exxon Valdez was relevant to the Exxon Valdez. And he was making quite a leap indeed in claiming some equivalency of problem when, in fact, there's a lot more TE involved in the Exxon Valdez than there was in that idiot just going and dying in the wilderness because he's an SE dumb. Regardless, I get your point. He was overconfident and underqualified. But the thing is, he wasn't underqualified. And he was trying to do something that's totally within the scope of a human being's ability to do. Unlike what Exxon was trying to do, which was just move this massive amount of oil by a boat with the promise, don't worry, we never crash these things. We haven't crashed a single one yet. I mean, personally, I don't care really that much. It's like oil in the ocean, I mean, that's just part of nature. You know, it's like, it used to be, I don't know if it still is or not, a lot of tar on the beaches in California, just naturally occurring. It sticks to you, you can't get it off for frickin' shit. Which reminds me of those ducks they always show you pictures of getting washed with Dove soap. The question I have for them is, where are they getting these ducks from? The Exxon Valdez was up in the Arctic Ocean, I think. Like, they're not ducks swimming around in the ocean getting all oily, are there? I don't normally think of ducks as ocean creatures. And I also don't normally think of oil spills as happening in freshwater lakes. But they're show ducks, I guess. They're just supposed to represent. We're not saying we actually cleaned ducks. The ducks got all oily, we cleaned them. They represent the other kind of creatures who got oily, and how we went up there with our Dove soap and we cleaned them all. Like, well, what kind of creatures? Like whales and stuff. Wait, you're telling me you cleaned whales with Dove soap? We cleaned a lot of whales with Dove soap because those whales were all covered in oil. And you know what's good at getting rid of oil off of a whale? That's right, Dove soap. And guess what there's not enough of in nature? Again, Dove soap. Like, how is there some species of duck that's just so dumb they seek out, or they're like moths? For some reason, they seek out oil. They get all oily, and then come back and say, "Could you wash us again?" Like, how long has it been since there have been oily ducks who needed to be cleaned? And where in the world did these oily ducks get oily? Or in the Arctic Ocean? At that point, I would just say, let the ducks die. They're all covered in oil. If you wanna be humane about the whole thing, make it quicker, why don't we just, since they're already covered in oil, just light them all on fire? That would be a much easier, a more humane way of dealing with the problem than to try to wash all those ducks with Dove soap. Especially given the fact that they were doomed anyway. They were all out in the middle of the Arctic Ocean. There's nothing for the ducks to eat there. They dive down, hopeful again. Oh, this time maybe I'll find a little fish or something. But no, it's just more empty ocean water all the way down. They can't get down there where the food is. So anyway, the point is, I'm not impressed with Dove soap that you saved those ducks. Really, wasn't it kind of cruel? Weren't you kind of leading them on? I told you guys, I told you we could survive out here in the middle of the Arctic Ocean. We would have been fine if that big ship had dumped all its oil on us. Don't worry, we're here. Who are those people? We're from Dove Soap. We're here to clean you little ducks. You stop chasing her. You made me throw my ladder at you. Horrible cat. I just like to picture the scene, of this. The ducks I need some tissue or something. The ducks who chose the wrong leader. No, I'm telling you guys, we just keep heading this way, and it's gonna be like all the things ducks. And it's like, all right, well, he's very confident. He's overconfident and underqualified. And he's doing stuff. People love that. I'm very confident and I'm doing stuff. Oh, well, that's all I need to see. That's all I need to know. You're very confident and you're doing stuff. What else is there? What other questions could I possibly have? Look, everybody, a confident guy is doing stuff over here. Uh-oh. What's he doing? What's the confident guy doing over there? Well, turns out he's cleaning ducks. Why is he cleaning ducks? Well, because they got oil all over them. I see. Because I'm guessing somebody poured petroleum in the lake of the county park? Nope. These are ocean ducks. Ocean ducks? Well, I guess somebody's got to clean the ocean ducks. Come on, everybody, let's watch him. He's very confident in doing stuff. It must be important and worth doing. Otherwise, where would the confidence come from? A very confident person like him doing stuff, we can have faith in that person. His reality's already been proved by making him confident. I'm not confident. I have no idea what I'm doing. Sue is not confident, and she also has no idea what she's doing. Therefore, somebody who is confident must know what they're doing. Well, ladies, I think I can resolve this matter for you. Thing is, neither of you should be confident because both of you don't know what you're doing. He also should not be confident because he also does not know what he's doing. I should be confident because I'm not doing anything. And that's how it works. You think lesbians want to convert their straight girlfriends? I see. Well, I guess I better watch out for, what I did, SP, and I made a big mistake. I let my wife go out the other night. I thought it was going to be harmless. I sent her to Pride Night. Little did I know, everybody there was going to be trying to convert her into a lesbian. Because, that's how it works. Hey, girl, you sure? You're absolutely sure? You don't want some of this vagina? You say you're straight, but I don't believe you. I believe that you are actually a lesbian waiting to emerge. The gay men do that too. If I went to Pride Night, would they try to convert me? I said, well, I've already been married now 3 times, all of them to women. So, I mean, it doesn't say much about my intelligence, but it would be if I were inclined to make arguments about such a thing. It would be a pretty compelling argument against my closeted homosexuality. After all, on any one of those occasions, I could have learned a lesson and not gotten another one. I could have said, enough of these chicks. First one cheated on me, second one was anti-polar. I'm just gonna go gay. I could have said that, but maybe I did say that. But I just didn't have any interest in penis. I probably did say it. I should just be a homosexual. I'm so sick of chicks and how difficult they are. I'm sure I said that plenty of times. But, if you could just say, well, I'm going to be homosexual now, and then be homosexual, then I guess everybody would do it. Why not? Less chance of getting somebody pregnant. And, if I were gay, it was like 2 dudes, We wouldn't spend any money on makeup. It would be great. Fantastic. We could both, I don't know, bro out on getting laid with chicks, I guess. That's what gay people do, right? They bro out on getting laid with chicks. As far as I can tell, I think that's what they do. Does Eric not know bi is a thing? He's still in the 90s. Well, I don't identify as bi. And I made compelling arguments in the past as to why it's probably, if you care about meanings at all, it's probably important to your significant other, whichever team you want to bat for, that they be able to provide you everything you need, right? Everything you want. If Rachel's bisexual, then I can only ever meet half of her sexual needs. And why would I want to be married to a woman who I'm not sure she's even committed to being straight, let alone this relationship, you know? No, the SB unit, you're being crazy, okay? If, in fact, your girlfriend or wife is cheats on you with a woman, the problem isn't because of lesbians. Like, man, I can't believe it. A lumberjack fucked my wife. Those fucking lumberjacks, they're terrible. I hate lumberjacks. That's just like how they are. That's your kind of reasoning, dog. And it's terrible reasoning. Just because a lumberjack fucked your bitch doesn't mean lumberjacks are bad. It means your bitch is bad. And she was never worth having in the first place because she cheated on you. It doesn't matter if he was a lumberjack, a woman, or, I don't know, like an electrician, for example. Because people, generally, women cheat with on their spouses or partners with one of three people. It's either another woman, an electrician, or the third thing I said. So yeah, I mean lumberjacks. Obviously we hate lumberjacks and we hate electricians and also all women because that's what lesbians are. After all, you can't get to lesbian without going through woman first. I think we know where the problem lies. You see, let me talk about a little something a woman doesn't have. It's called chromosome letter Y. Two X's makes for a shitty porno and also an inferior person. Am I batting what you're catching there? Home fries? That's dumb. I mean, people are dumb. That's how I explain it. Bad ideas are contagious too. But the other thing is, not everybody cares about meanings at all. So if you got people who don't care about meanings, then they're not going to bother them. Their wife's bisexual is going to seem like, ooh, it's sexy, maybe we get another girl involved. Just because you're a bunch of fucking meatheads. That's why those things happen. Because idiots like to fuck. More than anything in the entire world, that's what they like to do. So, you know, when you empower idiots more and more to do whatever they want with that doesn't violate rights, what are they going to do? They're going to fuck all the time because they're idiots. And that's what they like. I have no explanation for you other than that. Everything likes to fuck except for intelligent people. We like to fuck too, but it's just, you know, it's a thing that happens between other things that I'm doing. It's like, who remembers their sex? I don't remember sex. I remember what I say. I remember what it means. I remember why I'm right. I don't remember sex. Who has any memory room for that? It doesn't mean anything. Why keep track of it? I mean, you know, if it's done right, it doesn't mean anything. If it's done wrong, then it means everything and it's horrible, right? When I was younger, I was so weak I couldn't be single and I would settle for hoes so I could at least have a partner. Well, I was just so convinced when I was younger, that I was not reproductively viable. In other words, that no woman would want to be with me. And I believed this without having a negative self-concept at the same time, which is kind of odd, right? It's just, I just didn't get chicks so completely that I just assumed that, of course, they wouldn't want to have sex with me. But the thing is, I still thought, so I better not flirt with them or anything like that, or come on them, because I want them around. I don't want life to be a sausage party. You know, I liked chicks a lot. I didn't hold it against them that I believed they weren't interested at all in me. And I had plenty of confirmation from that since I seem to be blind to seduction. Like, when I took this test for identify the facial expressions, scared, happy, whatever, I got all of them right, except for every single one, which was seductive. A woman looking seductively at me. I misidentified that as like confused, looking beyond me, um, wondering where she left her car. I don't know what's going on with this lady's facial expression. So I love myself. I loved myself a lot back then, but I still didn't believe women would love me either. You know? In other words, I didn't have self-concept, self-loathing stuff happen until I was later in life. When I was young, like in early, my 20s up through like, say 26 or something, 27, which is when I got married to this horrible woman. Oh, talk about bipolar. Anyway, during that period of time, I didn't have any self-loathing. I thought I was just great. But I also didn't think any chick could possibly be interested in me. I didn't see any contradiction in that. I guess I just thought I was ugly. But it didn't bother me or cause me any problems as long as I never hit on any chicks. It may have been more underneath that. It's just like I knew I couldn't navigate emotional stuff at all. If a girl held my hand, I'd be like, let's get married. If you want to live people a lot, if you want to love people a lot, you must have a lot of self-love to give in the first place. I see what you're trying to say. Well, you're probably not talking to me in this conversation, but when you say you think you see what I'm trying to say, you're probably talking to Ruben, I'm guessing. But the thing is, I don't think you need to love yourself to have plenty of love to give another person. But my point is, you don't you don't have to have any problem with your self-concept in order to think chicks aren't interested in you. Although usually the two or do go along together. Like usually, if you think chicks aren't interested in you at all, you turn to MGTOW or some other thing to blame besides just this is the reality and either I'm to blame or no one's to blame, but not some make-believe group called girls in general or the Democrats or whatever. So I think a lot of girls appreciated the fact that they could reliably know that I wasn't going to come on to them. But I'm sure there were some girls who were disappointed by that fact and probably thought I was gay. But I don't really know. I never asked them. I never sought any actual information about the matter. It was just like, what could be more terrifying to an FI Dom with SE in the eighth slot than emotional and physical intimacy? It's like, I don't know how to do any of that at all. Like, I can pretend to do that. I can pretend to do emotional intimacy. I can't pretend physical intimacy, and I don't know ahead of time, like, who knows what's going to happen, what that's going to be like, what am I going to do? Well, the thing is about sex is you don't try to plan it ahead of time, and you don't need to know ahead of time whatever is going to happen in order for it to go just fine. You just have to be a doer. You just got to trust your extroverted sensing. But I don't trust my extroverted sensing for shit because I already know that when I say I'm going to do something, it makes it less likely that I'm going to do that thing, which is ridiculous, but it's just how it is. I don't know why it should be that way. I do have various reasons why, but accordingly, I expect extrovert intuition to do do all the work. And I hate it when it commits me to doing extroverted sensing later on or something. Now I gotta do something because I said something that I have to stick with. God, I wish I had never said anything. That's the best way to do anything is to not say anything, just to do it. But that's just, it's like, it's not my way. The idea of not saying words at all and then just doing something, it just seems like reckless and out of nowhere to me. That's exactly how shit gets done when I'm not paying attention to it consciously at all. And all of a sudden something's gotten done. I'm like, there, did that thing. Guess what it didn't involve? It didn't involve any words from me. That's why when I do things around here, I like to live stream. Because that's the only way I can know that my words are going to be listened to by the rest of me. No, I'm going to explain to you how to cook eggs. I cannot explain that to you as well without actually cooking eggs as I can while cooking them because it's that kind of thing. You're doing something. You can't really explain doing things. You just gotta show doing things. Sure, you can ordinate egg cooking into steps, and TE is kind of that bridge between actually doing and talking about. But alright, well, fuck. If you want to talk, I'm TE. And make sure it's productive on my frame of reference. So we'll talk. These are the steps you're going to do. That's not having a conversation at all. That's boring. So you want me to do this? Not only do you want me to do this, but you want me to do it a certain way? Oh, that's horrible. Nobody wants that. And by nobody, I mean me. How would I trim my nose hair? I'd pluck them out occasionally. I don't trim them. I wouldn't like to be famous. I like to be anonymous. A lot of people do. It used to come as a surprise to me. Like, what do you mean you don't want to be the center of attention too? I thought I'm being fair by I'll be the center of attention, now let you be the center of attention. A lot of people don't want to be the center of attention. Well, what's wrong with you? You always want so much attention. You're just an attention whore. That's right. I am an attention whore. I want 3 attention dicks in me. 1 in each hole. Because when it comes to attention, I'm all woman, baby. No, that's not how I do it, Fly Guy. God, leave it to somebody who's got SI fifth to not respect the SI domain of another man's nose. Oh, I've got to tell you, I know how you should pluck your nose. That is such a fucking 4th slot NI, 5th slot SI. Only ESTPs would say that, or ESFPs, but you're neither of them. So I don't know what you're doing telling me how to pluck my nose. I guess it's that TE second. My nose knows my nose's ways. I like to pluck them. It's gratifying. It's the same reason why I pull off the little toenail on my pinky toes. I like the pain. I like to make them bleed so that it learns a lesson so it knows not to grow there ever again. Because I hate those fucking pinky toenails. Just, they're pointless little horrible things. Just get off of my toes. Why does your nose hair growth accelerate as you get older? I have no idea. Not the sort of question I'm interested in understanding the answer to. If I were to happen to encounter some quickly put together, like nicely packaged video explaining the mechanism, I'd probably be interested in it enough to watch it, but because I figure the mechanism can generalize. But if it's not a generalizable mechanism, then who the fuck cares? Something hormones. Oh, is that what's been going on? I need to stop snorting all this estrogen. Apparently, it's making my nose run too. Don't go snorting estrogen if you don't want your nose hairs to grow too fast. Terrible. What's terrible, Black Tommy? My running nose? I agree with you. It's absolutely terrible. You know what's even more terrible? My refusal to bring over here more than one napkin at a time. Just bring a roll of paper towels with you, dumbass. But then I have to go get more paper towels at the pantry. That's fine, because you're almost out of paper towels here anyway. Might as well go get more right now. This is the doing stuff. Listen to me talk about it, see? I can explain all day long about how I should go get more paper towels, etc. And put them in here and bring one over there. But you know what? If I weren't live streaming and talking about it, I would never do it. I would just continue to not do it because I wasn't talking about it. Like, why? If I'm doing things, like, the only other way it would get done is like, when the fuck did I get this roll of paper towels? Like, totally unconsciously. But this is the proper way to get things done. It's supposed to be talking about what I'm doing and having other people watch me talk about what I'm doing. Now that's how to get something done. Now that's what I call extroverted sensing. I'm talking, you're watching me talk. That's how we extrovertedly sense. Together. Capillo, I'm sorry you're out of food. Let me refill your bowl right now. I'm sorry, sweetie. I did not notice you were out of food. Thank you for not eating your brother's food and just waiting by your bowl. I appreciate that. Because she's been known to eat Trevor's food before. Plenty of times, really. I'm surprised she's waiting by her bowl, but she's just like, hey, listen. I ate my brother's food when I had food. When I don't have food, then I have to eat his food, and I'm not going to do that. I'm eating his food just to get back at him. I think maybe Rachel's right about her motivations, you know. Sometimes I think maybe Rachel anthropomorphizes the cats too much, but then again, if she's not right, then why doesn't she eat her brother's food when her bowl's empty? Because she's weaponized eating his food. It's not to be done for nutritional value. She probably purposely just poops out all of the food of his that she eats without getting any nutrients from it. God is a great designer. I don't think any intelligent people think that intelligent design explains speciation any more than evolution does. Obviously, someone designed it that way is not an explanation any more than magically they turned from one thing into something more complicated with totally different genetic signature. Gradually, though, even though it doesn't work like that. Like, how can you gradually get another chromosome? It's just insane, right? But um, but yeah, I think that's the most compelling argument I've come up with that people will generally understand. It doesn't require too much scientific knowledge. Is necessary and sufficient conditions. Like you can't have a partial genomic signature that's part way between mia and mia because it's neither necessary nor sufficient for survival in some half-assed state of being, right? It has to be what it is or something else. So in terms of that's my best effort as far as convincing people, not just being right, is I think people in general can understand necessary and sufficient conditions and can grasp that they've got no they've got no explanation for how one might resolve this problem. Certainly evolution provides no answers. And I think that gives me a great deal of happiness really because it's a resolution to a recurring problem, which is trying to deal with a bunch of scientific jargon and evolution terms that don't mean anything or they mean various things and trying to deal with all these differing, like within evolution, what happens a lot is Joe, the evolutionary scientist, will be studying this little ring right here, this little circle. He has to be careful not to study anything beyond the very specific thing he's studying and to beg the question about whether or not the thing he's observing comprises evolution. And so you have, accordingly, lots of different work, lots of different people doing different kinds of work, operating under different frames, not knowing what evolution actually means, none of them, because it doesn't mean anything, and each of them accordingly doing work that defines it differently by virtue of the work itself, if not by anything explicit, which they never do because they don't know how to argue. Which is fine. I don't need them to know how to argue because I can do the inferences for them, right? It's like, if you're doing work like this, it implies that you have this model of evolutionary change versus this one at least, right? So the way you're going here with your work is going to validate phenotypic change of the same genome over time. So it's like I can do that. I can figure that out myself and say, okay, well, you believe you're proving. I can figure out what's going wrong here, right? You believe you're proving evolution, believing yourself probably that evolution has to do with mutation, but you're not demonstrating any change due to mutation. So then I can diagnose what's actually happening there, no problem. They don't need to be good at arguing themselves for me to be able to successfully figure out what they've done correctly or incorrectly. Of course, if they wanted to be right, it would be critically important that they be good at arguing and understand what it means to accomplish things with language. But if they just want to publish something, then they don't need to know how to argue at all because the people who are vetting it for publication, they don't know how to argue at all either. And, if any of them did, they'd sound like me. They'd sound like this instead of like themselves. And it's nice to know when you can establish the validity of a mechanism like that, right? If somebody knows how to argue, then that other party and I can only disagree about things that are properly defined. So we can we can't disagree unless we know what we're disagreeing about, right? So to know how to argue means that you know how and when and where to define certain things, and how and when and where a lack of definition renders the communication as a whole just expression rather than communication. If you're not arguing well, you're just expressing yourself. If you're not arguing correctly, forget about well. There are no shades, right? You either argue correctly or you don't, and that's all there is to it. There's no, you know, you did a better job of being wrong, of doing things wrong, of not caring about operationalizing definitions, etc. And the thing is, it's fine to not do that as long as people understand they're just expressing themselves and they're not actually making any kind of, they're not doing any intellectual work with their language, and that's fine. You don't have to do intellectual work. The thing that's a problem is when people purport to do intellectual work without having the vaguest clue of how to actually do intellectual work. That's the problem. That's where you have evolution, right? It's like these people haven't the slightest clue how to do intellectual work that's meaningful, or else they'd never be evolutionary scientists, whatever that means. Evolutionary, whatever, that's not science. Science makes predictions. Science doesn't change what it means as it gets falsified, right? The nice thing about science is it's cut and dry. You have a theory with a mechanism, therefore, we can make predictions. If your mechanism is correct, then we should see yeah, right? That's the beautiful thing about science. Neither you nor I or anybody else gets to decide whether it's correct. Uh, we all can apply the same validation metric to it and determine whether it has the status of correct or not based on the facts in front of us and the merits of the thing, entirely independent of our feelings or thoughts or anything. Because after all, mechanisms enable us to make predictions that then we can test to see if they validate or falsify. And just because a test validates doesn't mean your theory is right, it just means it's not wrong, pending further tests, right? And the evolution fails every single test, and you only need one test to falsify. You only need one falsification to falsify the whole thing. You don't, it doesn't work the other way around. You can have myriad, endless verifications of predicted outcomes, and it still doesn't prove it as 100% correct. It just proves it means that the more testing it undergoes, it continually validates, the less likely it is to be wrong. But wrongness doesn't work like that. One falsification is satisfactory to render the whole thing ridiculous. It's not the explanation, right? All you need is one falsification to know that it's not the explanation. And that's how good thinking works, right? And the difference between good thinking and good arguing is there is no difference. There is no difference at all. Knowing how to argue well is knowing how to think well. And arguing poorly is thinking poorly. Again, thinking's not the end all of everything. There's lots of shit in the world that matters. Almost everything that matters to almost everybody doesn't require you to be correct at all. But explanations of things do. You know, it's like, how much doing do I actually do? Not very much compared to the amount of thinking, talking, analysis, etc. that I do, explaining that I do. And not only do I do all this explaining, I've been doing it my entire life. Even when I was a little kid, I was trying to explain things to myself or to other people that they didn't want to hear my explanations about. Which is why I mostly tried to explain things to myself. Because FE third slot, that's a real deal breaker for me. You know, and it's not going to get me to be perceived as cool to explain things as a little kid. And I'll just explain them to myself in my head. As an adult, I have a much more adult relationship with my childlike FE. It just doesn't have to embarrass me. As long as I'm not embarrassing myself, I'm fine. And the only way for me to embarrass myself really is like when I get super ranty. Not exactly embarrassing myself from my perspective, but I'm not. I'm not cutting the suave and debonair, character that I'd like to be perceived as, I suppose. But, those are higher level FE goals, not deal breaker kind of things. FE works like if it doesn't hurt, then everybody must think I'm great. And I trust my own experience and my own intuition. So, for example, I know if something's hilarious and other people disagreeing with me won't change my correctness about that. I'm not worried about that. I know what's hilarious better than other people know what's hilarious. That just is the truth. So, like, I get, of course, my explanations are rarely hilarious. But I'm just explaining, giving it as an example, something that's not necessarily, where I'm not necessarily going to go along with FE, right? I trust FE to be a, whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't do that because that has too bad FE consequences. But I have a more nuanced understanding what those might be now than I used to as a kid. Just other people not wanting to hear my explanation. Well, it would still be the same thing now, except YouTube affords me the format where if you don't want to listen to my explanation, which is almost everybody in the world, then you don't have to listen to it. I'm explaining things. If you don't like to listen to my explanation, go watch somebody do stuff. Or go do stuff yourself, I have a good idea. Why don't you go do stuff and then make videos about how people need to do more stuff? Your problem is that you're not being like me enough. I'm doing so much stuff, and you're not doing enough stuff at all. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so, like sad like you are just sitting there at your house. How sad for you. I'm not mad at anybody right now. I'm not mad at anybody. Maybe somebody are mad at some people, but I'm just explaining things. I'm not paying a lot of attention more to the chat right now because I'm on mushrooms. But this is one of those kind of mushroom trips where it's like, instead of hilarity and or ranting, I'm just unusually insightful and correct. Those are nice when you get those occasionally. I wouldn't call it the most common kind of mushroom trip. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm always insightful and correct. But there are times like tonight when mushrooms make me even more insightful and correct, if possible. I mean, the same amount of correct, more insightful. Correctness, there's no quantities of it, it's binary. But insight, different matter. You can have better or worse insight and still be insightful in both instances. As per that last observation, right? That last observation was quite insightful. Can you compare? Can you say, oh well, some other insight is more or less insightful? Well, yeah, you could. And the point is, there is some line at which point it's not insightful at all. It's just stupid. But the point is, insight's not a binary, whereas correctness is. How am I feeling? I'm feeling great. I can. I do. I do classify my trips, you know. This trip is not going to be a trip where, like, there are certain trips. Obviously, this is going to happen when I'm mixing with amphetamines. I'm not sure if it really happens without. I don't have enough data to say, but there's some trips where I'm really tripping hard and amped, in which case I'm going to remember very little of the trip. I'm going to pay zero attention to the chat, and it's like being very drunk and not being. It's not exactly like you're out of control. Like you can pop back in if something were to come up, but it's just you're feeling your chaotic oats, right? There's that trip. In which case, I I'm probably not explaining things during the trip very much. I'm probably just making finding things hilarious, like plays or something. Like, why do people still go to plays? We have TV, and what's why? How is it better to watch people on the stage speak in exaggerated, weird ways? Well, I don't think so, Dorothy. Like, how does that help make the leap? I don't really understand why people go to plays, but at the same time, I can see myself going to a play if I heard really good things about it. I've had good experiences going to plays before. But anyway, if it's that kind of trip, I'm probably just making jokes about how dumb it is to go to plays. you know, something like that. And then if it's more of a then there are some trips which are maybe my favorite trips, which are um, although you know, I don't distinguish between like me getting loaded is almost always a good thing. Regardless, trips where Rachel and I are really bonding, emotional trips. I don't remember those ones very much. I remember, except for, like it says in that song, Eat, Sleep, Rave, Repeat, there's a general feeling of happiness and well being that, not a lot of specifics because the specifics don't really matter. Rachel and I just bonded, laughed, had a great time together, felt each other's feelings or whatever in a more conscious way than we otherwise ever would. Rachel says something today in the car like, I hate FI. Because both of us tend to think of feelings as in the most negative light. If Rachel thinks when she's happy, that doesn't count as FI. But when she's sad, that counts as FI. And she thinks when people are unfair, that counts as FI. But um, that there's a counter value to FI, right? And absolute value TI. Fairness matters most of all to Rachel. Fairness matters so much to her, and she just sees FI as the enemy of fairness, and she's correct for people who have FI on the back stack like us. For people who have it on the front stack, What did you just say? None of that matters to me at all because I know what's not important. It's what's important to me. That's what matters. I don't give a fuck about your fairness. Fairness is me getting what I want. That's fair. You're super unfair. I didn't get what I want. How unfair is that? That is so unfair. Words are what I want them to be. Sorry if I upset people. I'm just caricaturing FI for comedic effect. Obviously, I don't understand it at all because otherwise, why in the world would I have married Delilah's mother? Well, I know why I married her. I wanted her to produce me an offspring, and she had childbearing hips. And I thought, well, I can trust her because she's Catholic. So she'll believe she's going to go to hell if she cheats on me. I actually didn't even think anything about it. It never occurred to me that she might cheat on me until I came home one day and listened to the answer machine messages. Anyway, I didn't like her at all, but that's FI polar. To me, that didn't matter. Our jobs were not to like each other. Our jobs were to be husband and wife and fill those roles properly. That you can possibly fill those roles without also being there for you emotionally in some sense is a thought that never even crossed my mind. I don't need her, this person, to be a friend or anything or like her even. She just needs to do her job as wife. You know, make a baby, raise a baby, not spend money, like try to do stuff to earn some money, save money, etc. You know, the job I want her to be. Excuse me, you better check those feelings at the door, Missy. I've got no room in this house for you and your feelings. But yeah, she really was a horrible lady. So it's not just that she and I were horribly incompatible, and that I was vigorous in my ontological assault of her and her wrong way of being, namely her emotions. But she actually also was just genuinely a horrible person. So, you know, I was trying to fix her as best I could without getting too involved, you know, because just stop being a problem. All I expect you is don't be a problem, woman. And yet here you come again with the I got a problem with something. Well, look, do I come to you and say, I've got a problem with that? No, I do not. So why are you coming to me and telling me you got some problem? We don't have any problems that I see. You do have trips like this, Rachel. You just refuse to let your SI tell you that sometimes you have good trips and sometimes you have bad trips, and other times you feel like you wish you had more, and other times you wish you had less. And I remember them all because I have SI. You want to universalize something about mushrooms because you refuse to not you refuse, because you just simply cannot pay attention to your SI. The fact is, there is no universal statement you can say about mushrooms in you. Like me, it's different every time I take them. I just never get sick or have bad trips, but I still have different kinds of trips. Like frantic manic trip, emotionally bonding with Rachel trip, explaining things correctly with unusual insight trip like this one. Or sometimes like be hilarious. That's still different than frantic, funny trip, you know. Sometimes I'm just in a funny mood and I'm just being hilarious the whole time. Although I will say this, um, my insight on mushrooms is not as reliable when it comes to what's hilarious as it is regarding other things. Like my insightful explanations will absolutely validate crystalline clear to anybody in the sober light of day, whereas my hilarities are hit and miss. I can reliably expect to know what is actually hilarious when I'm sober, whereas I can be a little bit generous in my hilarity affordance when I'm on mushrooms, which is fine. I don't mind that. I'm watching TV on shrooms right now. TV show called R. Ortega's Comment. I like to watch things on TV. Boom. Well, yeah, that's true, Rachel, for everyone, and me included, is that a negative experience will make you stay away from something more than a positive experience would bring you back. If if it's not like that, then it's probably something pathological. Like degenerate gamblers, the negative experience makes them go back, and so does the positive. A normal relationship is somebody like me who, when they win, they want to go back in to think, oh, maybe I can win again. Like an idiot, you know, only to go back and lose some of what you won back. Um, and then say, I'm not going gambling again. That's dumb. I just lose money when I go gambling. That's normal relationship with things. So it's understandable that you weight more heavily your negative experiences with mushrooms than your positive. And I never want to tell you whether you should or shouldn't do whatever drug ever in my life again if I've ever done. And I did do that before, and I'm sorry about that. I never want to tell you what to do. I don't even want to voice an opinion because these subjective matters of yours are your subjective matters. But um, but what I will voice an opinion about is the fact that you're not going to be able to NI a universal statement about mushrooms because they're too shifty. That's why I have to even afford them more magical qualities than I do other drugs and deal with them in terms of the mushroom gods because I don't like magical thinking about drugs at all. But mushrooms they're too shifty for me. There's no way to deal with them except through magical thinking. For me. You don't know what you're going to get. Like I said before, I think mushrooms don't give you what you want, they give you what you need. And sometimes what you need is to puke and cry and a bunch of other stuff. Like when I'm kind of feeling sick a little bit, I take mushrooms. The mushrooms make me purge like crazy and sleep because that's what I need. Of course, I can interfere with mushroom gods' abilities somewhat by adding Adderall. But even then, the mushroom gods, if they decide to slap you down, they will slap you down. Doesn't matter what you do. It wasn't your time to do mushrooms. That's all I can conclude when it happens to me. Because it's not like I have bad trips on mushrooms, really, except for that one time. But I used to get nauseous and stuff. These days, I seem to never get sick at all. Feel nauseous at all. Even my like come ups are perfectly comfortable, it seems like, unless I'm not on any Adderall. Like, the only time I feel nauseous is before I eat it. Because I think, oh, this gross thing is coming up.
Oh, Capito, I'm gonna ruin your comfy time. I'm gonna try and get her to go on here. Yes, here. That's your place to sleep.
I like mushrooms the after effects of mushrooms too are taken. I'm taking it. I'm summing up what you're saying in my own framing. I don't know if it's what you intend, but that I like the way I feel after I do mushrooms too. Not just when I'm on, but I like the after effects of it, which lasts a couple days maybe. And I don't know if I would call it feeling dumb, but I would say I tend to feel untroubled. Like, oh, what was I worrying about all this stuff for anyway? It's like just wasting my day with anxiety for no good reason. It's not like the anxiety is motivating me to do anything. If there were things undone that I could be doing to solve some sort of actual problem that I should be worried about, then that's fine to have the appropriate amount of ontological distress. But in the absence of those things, when I've either done everything that I can do, it's just a waiting game with a little bit of the inevitable uncertainty that the future always has. Then there's no point in me feeling fixating on the uncertainty just so I can fret about it. You're gonna feel like you're missing out for not taking mushrooms? Well, I forget where you live, but if you live near me, you could come. I don't have any anymore. I ate all of them, but yeah, when I get them, I can try to get you some too. You know, um, if you live near me. If you don't have a connect, I mean, or you don't like being out of control of your thoughts or body. You really don't know what you're gonna get with mushrooms, but um, or you can get your hands on them just fine, huh? All right, no problem. You're just not particularly fond of the uncertainty that comes with mushrooms. A bit of a crapshoot as to what kind of trip you're gonna get. Um, if you want more predictability, I'm sure you know this already, but acid is more predictable, more predictably insane. It's like acid won't make you feel nauseous. And if you actually know the accurate mics that you're getting, then it's quite predictable. If any acid trip could ever be called predictable, but compared to mushrooms, like yeah, the whole uh, put yourself in the right place with the right people around, the right mood, and all that stuff. That can reliably be expected to have good impacts with acid, and acid trips can reliably be expected to have at least a lot to do with that. As if you know the micrograms and you know you're getting like I'm going to take a 200 mics and you get that, then very predictable. Whereas you take the same amount of mushrooms, same exact mushrooms, 2 weeks in a row and get totally different trips. But obviously be on the same drug too at the same time. Sometimes you just want to crash and puke, and sometimes you want to be the life of the party, and sometimes you want to explain things. The bottom line is the mushrooms know what trip you should have, and whether or not, in fact, you should be allowed to trip right now at all. Like, when I was trying to abuse mushrooms as like I would a different kind of drug, like, smoking weed or whippets or something, just kill the pain or something. Mushrooms didn't like that at all. That is not what mushrooms are for. And I had lots of bad experiences with mushrooms around that time. None of which I would call bad trips. Just like mushrooms making it more or less impossible for me to consume them. Like, I have to eat like a whole ounce and I'd just be so sick. Am I just using weed to come down off the trip? No, I mean, I would hope it would boost the mushrooms up a bit. It typically does. It doesn't really do a whole hell of a lot to me, really. I smoke so much weed. But it's a nice bit of fading. The thing is, when I'm live streaming, I tend to smoke bong rips in a more like regular, like steady one here, then one, then a little bit later one. Whereas that's not how I smoke pot when I'm not streaming. When I'm not streaming, say I'm watching TV or something, well, I mean, in general, if I'm not streaming, I'm trying to be like, okay, well, now it's been a few hours since I pulled any bong rips, so I can get a little bit faded again. I'm paying attention to that. But when I'm streaming, I'm not paying attention to that at all. And accordingly, the weed smoking is just like smoking cigarettes, not really doing anything to me. It's just a habit. I mean, the thing is, it's wrong to put the object of analysis on the drug itself, right? The reason one might say the drug has made me unusually insightful is because I produced artifacts, which are my words and explanations, which are replete with obvious insights and are correct. And that correctness and the insightfulness persists regardless of whether it was generated on a drug or not. So it's not exactly correct to say it makes me insightful as it is to say when I'm on mushrooms, my explanations are more crystalline when I'm explaining on mushrooms. Because it doesn't matter. All these various words we give to people, they don't matter at all. Like, you're smart, you're dumb, you're a genius, you're not, you're insightful, you're not. Those things don't matter at all, right? Nobody's a genius. Works are genius. Ideas are genius. Because those things can be genius. People can just habitually produce such things. But tomorrow might produce the dumbest ass fucking garbage in the history of the world. So no person should ever be called a genius. Only works and ideas should be called that. It's not like the opposite of retarded, right? Retarded is a real thing. If you got Down syndrome, there's genuinely something wrong with you. There's no equivalence where, no, it's just another way of being okay, human. No, there's something definitely wrong with those people in the sense that if we could prevent that, our own kid getting that disease or whatever you want to call it, syndrome, then we definitely would and should. And if we chose not to, for some ideological reason, we'd be guilty of the most horrific form of child abuse. So we have to be honest about those sort of things. The opposite, there is no opposite. There's no opposite of retarded. I'm like, oh, just like he's got fucked up genes that make him Down syndrome, I've got magically special genes that make me a genius. No, there's no equivalence on the other side. So, people talk about like, well, what about your IQ score? Who gives a flying fuck, Like, my 180 is my IQ score. Let's just pretend. Does that make my dumbass ideas any better? Or my brilliant ideas any worse or better? No. It's just me fixating on some make believe quality of myself that makes me superior to other people. That's the only reason people have any concern about IQ at all, because they don't want to pay attention to what does matter, whether what they're saying is correct and or genius or whatever, and or whether their works are of note, worthy of my attention. For a work to be worthy of my attention, it already has to be genius. The person who makes it, they could be a complete tard. Like, would anybody say that Kings of, no, not Kings of Leon. What's that band called that made uh Stacy's mom? What's that band called? Fountains of Wayne. That's what it's called. Would anybody say that Fountains of Wayne comprises individual guys who are a genius? No. Would anybody say the band is genius? No. It'd be silly to say that. What about the composition of Stacy's mom and or the track? Yeah, that's a genius fucking track. It's got a lot of re-listenability. It's super hooky and surprising at the same time. Plus, it's got a great storyline going on. It's got everything in spades. It's a pop classic. Everybody will be able to sing that song for the rest of time. And yet, guess who's not a genius? Anybody associated with making it. And even if they were, it wouldn't matter. That would have nothing to do with whether or not the track is good. It doesn't mean anything, right? To say that somebody's a genius. Good artist. That's what I call them. A successful artist. A successful artist of one kind. Right? Like, what's the most impressive to me is somebody like Johnny, who's able to only publish, by and large, with a few exceptions, sparkling, wonderful things without the misses. That's what's shocking and impressive to me. But that doesn't make him a genius. And I might use the term to say he's a genius, but it doesn't mean anything. And it's fundamentally getting everything wrong. So, to the extent that he thinks he's a genius, he's going to be less able to make good work. To the extent that he thinks other people think he's a genius, he's going to feel pressure and be able to make less work in general. To the extent that he believes that his own genius is somehow responsible for what he produces in some kind of repeatable way, he will make nothing but garbage going forward. Nobody is served by convincing people of bullshit. We don't have an opposite of retard. What I call somebody who's a serial creator of genius work is somebody who's in their stride, Nobody stays that way forever. And there's an alternative approach too, which is instead of being what I would like to be, which is like Johnny, where I'm just talking about art here, not ideas, but where he's like mistake free and just publishes bangers. I have the other approach, which is the horrible worst approach, which is I'll just make a million things and one of them will be good. That's a terrible way to go. But that's my way, you know. Can't change who I am. So if a person can't be a genius, can their track record be a genius track record? I mean, you can say, the bottom line is this. If you claim to have created your great art rather than discovered it, you're lying and unlikely to repeat anything artistically. There's no good way to create art. You have to, you can't extrovertly intuit random shit and expect it to be worth anything. You can't be an ESTJ and expect your art to be any good. And that's fine. ESTJs are not meant to make art. So, of course, they're gonna do it anyway if they're anti-polar. They're gonna do it harder than anybody. What do you mean I'm not well suited to make art? Listen to all of this garbage I'm making. I feel like ESTJs, I have to make a lot of garbage too, but the difference between you and me is I recognize how much everything I'm making is garbage except for those occasional moments of triumph. Whereas you cannot get enough of the smell of your own parts. You're just like, oh my God, if I could just replace all air with my own farts, I'd be Dave Matthews. Selling, not just selling out concerts to my horrible, horrible music, but then selling my fans, whom I diligently got all the contact information, of course, with my TE. I sell them my incredibly horrible visual art too, because Dave Matthews can do everything. He's a lover, he's a fighter, he's a musician, he's a visual artist, and how much of a genius could he possibly be? He's obviously a genius. If he weren't, how would he be making so much money and selling out all those shows and stuff? What other means can one accomplish that except artistic genius? The answer, of course, is TESI. Look, I don't care how terrible this idea is. I'm going to sell it successfully anyway. You just don't know how to sell things. It doesn't matter what you're selling. You could be selling butter or a bag full of biscuits. It doesn't matter. Sell it the same way. You tell people what's good and what they're going to buy with your advertisements. All things are equal. It's just a matter of how I convert your dumbness into my profit. I don't even know you're dumb. I believe I'm just as dumb as you. I'm convinced. I'm even more convinced than you that my music is good. I'm more convinced than you that my paintings are good too, and that you should be glad to pay $1,000 or something for this. I'm gonna sign it after all. If that doesn't make it special, I don't know what does. It's already my fart packaged in my fart envelope. Now I signed it with my butthole. Love, Dave, for you to enjoy. Equally non-intuitive people just eat that shit up. Can you believe how much Dave's engaging with us? I love all this engagement. I'm constantly getting notified about his performance dates and stuff. Oh, there's a merch drop. Oh my gosh, Stacy, did you hear? There's a merch drop from Dave. We call him Dave because we're like friends. Because he sends us all these emails and stuff. It's like a bunch of little kids playing pretend, you know? Dave pretending to be good at something, and all those other people are pretending to like it. Except none of them even knows they're pretending. Because that's how totally lost in their childlike ignorance they are. It's crazy. It's the most shocking kind of thing to think about, right? Like nobody pathologizes a lack of introverted intuition, whereas they pathologize everything else. But what should be pathologized more than anything else is bad introverted intuition or the absence thereof. I mean, not that it should be pathologized, but you know, it's like it's the most terrifying deficit of all. You know, you're you're dancing to something absolutely ear-bendingly terrible, and you're just like, I'm familiar with this, therefore it must be good, right? Is there? I have this kind of maybe sneaking suspicion that this is actually just incredibly mind-blowingly terrible. Just this sneaking inkling of a like when I was with my first wife, maybe maybe whether or not I like her matters. A little inkling if I thought. I think they might have that too. Like, wait a second. Is it possible that actually I've been spending all this time and money and attention on something that's just it's just a a sham. It's just art theater. It's not even it's like little kids pretending to play music and stuff, right? And not having any concept of how to be good. And then other little kids pretending to rock out at a show or something. It's exactly like that. There's no better analogy than that. And you gotta have a sense that even little kids, they have this. I wonder. I wonder if maybe my pretend's not real. Dave Matthews, though, that never even crosses his mind at all. He is 100% convinced that he is a genius of, I don't know, it's like Leonardo da Vinci, there was Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, there was Albert Einstein, and then Dave Matthews. That's how it goes. The progression of geniuses through history. He is 1,000% convinced that he is just this stellar example of intuition done properly. Namely, third slot, extroverted intuition without a hint of relevance, no matter where he looks, except via the only relevance he understands, profit. Profit and engagement, you know. Well, a lot of people on my shows, it must be good. How else are you going to measure something like that? If you were to suggest to him, like, the reason you're bad is because objectively, like, your songs are engaging in a lot of self-indulgence rather than moving forward compositionally or something, he would not even be able to engage on the idea that one could critique his compositions via some non-sensory metric. Like, well, everything's equally good. The difference is what's what's more successful at getting people to go to the shows and buy the shit. That'd be the only actual metric he'd even consider as extant, let alone legitimate, because that's anti-polar. Perhaps the saddest and also most infuriating blind spot of all. Just to see how she was and that we miss her. Who are we missing? Oh, Winston's mom, I bet. Right. That's what I'm doing now. I'm missing Winston's mom with my feelings. I do. I am like, wow, that's. She's been gone a long time. Like, what in the world? Like, she's waiting for her computer to get fixed. Okay, well, I mean, getting your computer fixed rather than a new one is something a boomer might do. But, I mean, she has no other devices, right? We're just talking about joining a chat. Oh, her Google's messed up, right? So even if she were to join on here, she wouldn't be Winston's mom, probably. I had my own struggles with Google for a bit when my phone broke, and I had access though to my laptop, which was already logged into Google, and even then, it was quite an ordeal, quite a TE undertaking on my part to figure out how to get it to um like the problem was like every code it would send to that phone, but you couldn't even. It was the screen was so fucked up you couldn't even like read it or anything, and you certainly couldn't open it. And I got a new phone, but there wasn't any way to tell Google that I had a new phone without involving my old phone, which couldn't do anything. So it was super annoying. And it did take a while to figure out. And that was with me having myself already logged into Google, having full access to it on my laptop. I still took a long time and a lot of effort for me to figure out how to get it to accept my new phone as me without having access to my old phone, which I couldn't do anything on. So without that additional login thing that I had, um, it could be potentially from my. I mean, obviously my T is not that great, but it could conceivably be impossible. She might have to get a new YouTube name or something, and it might not even be any kind of somebody hacked her. It can just be like the anti-hacking security measures are such that without this device, I can't do anything. It could be like that, you know? Why are you urgent about it? Well, because SBU is very unusual for Winston's mom to be gone for a very long time like this. And I don't remember her being gone this long before without her, say, informing us that she was going out of town or something. And and the explanation we have for why she's been gone so long is an explanation that doesn't intuitively seem to make sense to a lot of people, namely that her computer's broken. Well, don't you have a phone? I mean, how long does it take to fix a computer? Why the total absence, right? But I think my explanation of why that might be the case is a perfectly good one. It can be very challenging to come back as identity Mia if you lose a device that both is you're logged in on as yourself on that and it receives all the fucking shit, then oi oi oi, it can be a big problem. And if you're not device diversified, like I'm always logged in both on my laptop and my phone. Right, she's not gonna want to change to a new identity because she's been that's her email, and that's who she is, and like there's no way I'm gonna just suddenly stop being ssuartscire at gmail.com. Google does a good job of both understanding my actual identity as a human being and distinguishing that when I'm acting as Eric versus when I'm acting as talking as famous people. They do a good job with all that shit. And like you can log into various things just by using log in as by Google, like I do with my psychiatrist. They're very effective at that. But accordingly, they've got lots of security measures which you can find yourself on the wrong side of that fence and they have no way of knowing that it's you trying to get back into your own house. They're just gonna think that's some guy trying to get into your house. I'm not gonna let his house in. You want me to call her, Eric? Do I want you to call Winston's mom? Oh, I don't have any opinion about it either way. I'm not worried about her, so I don't care. If I were worried about her, then I'd say, yeah, I call her, but I'm not worried about her. I figure either she's like what I just said, or it's some kind of personal thing that she doesn't want to be bothered with right now. I don't think anything nefarious is going on, so I'm not worried about her. I'm not worried about her in a way that like my worry could be effective, therefore I'm not worried at all. Now you could say, but Eric, you don't know. Exactly. I don't. So I have to operate under certain assumptions and not others. So I'm going to assume that the extraordinarily unlikely possibility that something nefarious is going on is not the explanation. And that it's more likely than not that the data we've been given, namely the information that Mia said to Mia, is accurate. Vastly more likely than that it's inaccurate. So I just operate under those assumptions. With a secondary caveat that it could be smoke and mirrors for something private and personal. In which case, obviously, she doesn't want people calling her. But if it's the first case, she might not even have her phone operational. And if you didn't get in touch with her, that would not be informative of anything. That's the problem of calling. And what if you don't get in touch with her? Now you're going to worry. Well, I got a good idea. How about don't call her? Then we don't have to worry about it. This is the wisdom of inaction. When you take actions, you never know what's going to happen. Unintended consequence. You Just calling if you could talk to her and get confirmation that she's okay. But then what happens if she doesn't answer and doesn't get back to you? Now, is there even more reason to worry? No. There's exactly the same amount of reason to worry. But you'll probably worry more anyway. Because people don't worry according to what's correct. I'm not saying I worry against that metric either. Like, we always lock the doors around here. Even though, objectively, very unlikely we have any need to do so ever, given the nature of where we live, the neighborhood and stuff. You know, I guess I lock the doors not really because I worry about anything. It's because Rachel worries about things. And I want her to feel safe. Rachel might point out correctly. Sometimes I can be a little, oh, everything will be fine. And without any good particular reason as to why everything's going to be fine. So, better to err on the side of caution. I like the way that Rachel makes me more cautious in general. Because it's not like, well, I mean, my whole being is oriented towards the benefits of not doing, just talking. Like, how many are the times when instead of Googling something to find out the answer, I muse about the possible answers? Well, it could be this, could be that. If it were this, the reason would be because of this. I like to do that kind of stuff, rather than finding out the answer, because that involves a little bit too much doing, I think. I think we're better left, they say some things are better left unsaid. Well, a much less heard saying, but much more true, is many actions are better left undone. Just don't do it. That's what Nike's whole motto should be. Don't do it. You don't know what could happen. Just let's discuss it some more. Nike's new slogan. Let's discuss it some more. That would be a better slogan for them, I think. I would encourage people, instead of buying their shoes recklessly, that they discuss it some more. I mean, sometimes I'll go months and months and months of discussion with myself before I buy something I very much need, while concurrently, I will have no problem at all buying weed and cigarettes and everything else like that. But because those objects can be reliably expected to disappear, I don't have to live with them afterwards. I have a massive boil on my left butt cheek. Well, Daryl Parker, while I do understand how such a reality would make it difficult for you to think about something other than that, I do not understand how you feel that communicating about your boil here in this context could possibly be an effective use of language. After all, the best you could possibly hope for would be an expression of sympathy. I'm so sorry about your boil. I'm sure that must be painful, etc. Of course, obviously, you don't have such a boil in real life, and you're simply doing that to provoke response. And in this regard, I am rewarding you in ample measure to your efforts here. You're getting a more full explication of your boiled butt reality than you ever dreamed possible. And you, my fine sir, are welcome. You have a rough relationship with drugs, yo. You know, in general, I think it's a bad idea to be always getting addicted to stuff and kicking it and having withdrawal symptoms. And man, the whole point of your drug mission, vision, life path is to find sustainability. Okay? That means not engaging in habits that you can't continue to enjoy because you can't enjoy them because you're all, you know, having negative consequences. That's why I avoid drugs like opiates and opioids, stuff like that. Those aren't any good. You'll get addicted to those and actually have withdrawal symptoms. People say they're addicted to speed, but there's not any actual withdrawal symptoms. It's just tiredness and sleepiness and emotionality. You know, like having your period, maybe. If if having your period is a withdrawal symptom, then so does speed have withdrawal symptoms. But you know what? I don't want to pathologize women like that. I don't believe women out there, I don't believe that your period is a withdrawal symptom. Because I don't think that you're withdrawing from an addiction to your uteral lining. Instead, I think you just grew distant over time. And it was a truly mutual thing. You both decided to part ways. Not that you don't love each other still, you do. You just don't love us anymore. And that's why you shed your uteral linings each month and say, go forth into the world, brave soldier. Go forth and live and thrive anew. That's what women always say when they're on their periods. Eric, would you type someone when you're really on shrooms? No, I don't. I don't want to do work when I'm on mushrooms, obviously. I learned that lesson a long time ago that doing mushrooms is not a way to make boring things fun. It's a way to not do boring things at all and have zero chance. It's like if you have something you're supposed to be doing and you take mushrooms to make it more palatable, the thing to do, you will not get anything done. I remember I tried to pack. Oh, that's fine. I enjoyed your boil comment, Daryl Parker. I like to. I like to think I wrapped a whole little rhetorical pretzel all around it. With lots of flourish. I'm really not paying attention to what you're saying so much as what I'm saying and how great it is or faily. You know, it's either adequate or it's completely failed. That's it. It's the only thing. So I correct myself a lot because I realized, oh, I was wrong about that thing. I qualify things to make sure that I didn't tell you something that wasn't correct. Because you might be counting on that thing being correct. I don't know. So I better be correct. It's all like is the only thing I can do. It's like I can't be I can't be very good at being sympathetic or putting myself in your shoes or whatever. So all I can be is correct, and you might be reasonably expecting what I say to be correct and be basing something on that. So if I make an incorrect statement, then I'll go back and I'll go forward and correct myself, clarify, qualify, or otherwise adjust what I'm saying to make sure that it's precisely correct. I don't think anybody is EIELSI or any of those words. I don't like those words, Ruben, because then I have to translate it like ethical, intuitive, extroverted, well. Just use the regular words. God. I told you before we even started streaming today, Ruben, regular words only. Not your weird words. Ruben's weird word salad. Those words don't even mean anything. Make me figure out what meow is. I don't want to figure out. You're trying to get metric on me. I tell you, Ruben, that's what you're doing. That's what those EIE things are. It's the metric of typology. Nobody cares about your kilometers. Get your kilometers out of my America. Hi, Stick War Stan. So the thing is, point is, get your kilometers out of my America. I don't think anybody can disagree with that. Can I get a hell yeah, righteous? All right, fuck yeah, America. We don't need your kilometers. We don't need your E's and I's and E's. Why say something in 3 letters when 4 will do just as well? That's what America says, and that's what I say. Jung had a notion, is what he had, Fly Guy. He had a notion. It was quite a good notion. And then Jung had this good notion, and then a bunch of idiots, and then Eric. That's the story of typology. Jung had a notion, then a bunch of idiots, then Eric. And they're not necessarily all idiots, they just don't know what they're doing, right? It's like, if you think that explaining things is like making up a poem, then obviously you're never going to be able to explain things correctly. You don't just start in the middle of nowhere with no concept of what you're doing or why you're doing it and go, well, you said this, well, I can think of some other things. The point is, Jung's notion gestured at a reality that says we can understand consciousness by an intentional configuration thing. Like personality is essentially, why is a conscious individual persistently an expression of that same individual, and how, rather than say, tomorrow I wake up and, I'm all about raising chickens and learning native folklore, even though I think those things are dumb today. Well, that's just in the SFP I'm talking about. The point is, why am I consistently me such that even via text, if somebody tried to imitate me that wasn't even AI or whatever, like my family, if they were texting with me back and forth, it wouldn't take long for them to determine that wasn't me, because my personality is the expression of Ericness that persists across time. So Jung's notion that attention is his core notion was attention is the currency and the language we can use to understand consciousness and reality itself. In other words, instead of just having this concept of observation, let's have a concept of attention that's comprehensive of all manners of attention. And what distinguishes attention from something that's not attention? Well, there's a difference between conscious attention and, say, autonomic attention. But for the purposes of personality, we aren't talking about, say, the fact that the floor is level as part of my attention. I might pay attention to the fact that the floor is level. And in fact, that's the only way the levelness of the floor will ever be introduced into a discussion. But the levelness of the floor is not part of my personality. And it's not part of my attention. Whether or not I prioritize it intentionally will be informative about my personality. Whether or not and how I pay attention to the floor, will be informative about whether I'm this configuration and not that, or that configuration and not this. And it's always that, right? It's always that relationship. You are one configuration because you're not another, and accordingly, just as this isn't yellow mustard and is sour cream, because those things are different. There's no other explanation for it, right? Well, why isn't this yellow mustard? Because it's sour cream. Well, why isn't this sour cream? Because it's yellow mustard. Those are the only answers you can get for questions like that, right? And so we have to observationally make a distinction between different kinds of attention. We can then validate our distinctions through various means, but most of all, the core validation of any comprehensive, any purportedly comprehensive list of ways of paying attention, the best test is that if somebody can come up with an example of something that doesn't qualify as one of those kinds of attention, then the list isn't comprehensive. So the best validation of cognitive functions as an explanation of both consciousness, personality, and all of reality, in fact, is that nobody can come up with anything that's not to falsify the claim that it's comprehensive. That's the most powerful validation, but it's not even a direct validation at all, and it's only intuitively powerful. It's not reductively powerful. Or you can't break into component pieces and explain why it's powerful or how powerful it is. This flavor is not very good. This one. I'm not going to get this one again. This is orange creamsicle. It tastes just like those popsicles, but I don't expect that in a yogurt. Because the chemical compounds and the way they interact with other compounds. Don't be telling me about my flavor. I don't know what taste my flavor tastes. My taster know what taste I taste. You don't know what taste I taste. Ruben's what we call a taste colonialist. He likes to colonize other people's taste buds. No, it didn't grow on you. It got worse and worse over time. He said, I hated it to begin with, and I hate it even more now. Because you a taste colonialist. I don't like it. It doesn't taste like yogurt. It tastes like those creamsicles. Why are you going to eat it, Eric, if you don't like it? Because I don't believe in wasting food. If it's edible, they're not totally disgusting. My primary job here, anyway, is just to get nutrition in my body. It's not to have some sort of flavor party. Although, I'm never one to turn down a good flavor party. But I don't know. It's give me a whole dog and pony show, but my taste buds aren't buying. Don't be misled by my eating all of it. I've already explained why. I'm just trying to get calories into my body. And you know what they say? Avoiding being hungry when you think you probably should eat something is the best flavor of all. Nothing tastes as sweet as not being like, oh my God, I'm so hungry all of a sudden. Bye, y'all. Have a good evening. I'm sorry that I didn't pay you very much attention because I was on my shift. I'm not really sorry, but I acknowledge that reality and how that might be bothersome to you. You need to stop bothering your sister. I just do it for happy reasons. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I do care, but I'm just a little bit late to the carrying party today. A little later than usual because I'm on muffin. Was that carrying party scheduled for 10 o'clock? What time is it now? Midnight? Well, that's not too bad. 2 hours late. 10 o'clock this morning? You mean to tell me I'm 14 hours late? Well, you could think of it as me being 10 hours early. If the party were scheduled for tomorrow. What's this party for again? I forget. Is it a party to celebrate the world of punctuality? We're having a party to celebrate the virtue of punctuality. Party starts 7-ish. This month's party celebrates the virtue of punctuality. Hope to see you Saturday, 7-ish. Oh, hilarious. And I think you see why the hilarity. Because if it really is celebrating the virtue of punctuality, you need to tell me exactly what time it starts. What do you mean you already got that? And it didn't need explaining. Look, no matter what it is, it's always made a little bit better if you add an explanation. I'm always telling Rachel that about sex. Listen, Rachel, you're just going, it's obviously better if I'm not just having sex with you, I'm also now what I'm doing is I'm going ahead and I'm inserting the penis directly into you and your body there. And would you like me to explain what you're doing as well? or just me? Is it good enough if I just explain what I'm doing? I'm not sure if I'm going to explain what you're doing correctly is the problem. I'm pretty sure I can correctly explain what I'm doing. I wouldn't want to be imprecise. So, would you like to explain what you're doing? No? You'd prefer not to explain. What? And you don't need my explanation either? But how else are we going to have this sex? Neither of us should know what we're doing without an explanation. That's where understanding comes from. Trying to understand something without an explanation is like trying to pluck an orange from a nothing tree. It's a sad glass of juice, let me tell you. Yeah, explaining. Can't get enough of it. That's why you see so many bumper stickers on cars that say, please explain things to me. Everyone's like, God, I just wish somebody would explain stuff to me. You know, stuff like how to pump gas, why I would want an explanation of pumping gas. I want that explanation. Well, I'm here to say today, I will explain to you why you should want an explanation about how to pump gas. Which is really much more important than the explanation about how to pump gas by itself, although that's important too. The point is, everybody stop what you're doing and listen to me explain things. Whatever it is you're doing can wait. What can't wait is you listening to this. Somebody put a tweet up that I've referenced before, I think. She said, do people who run marathons know they don't have to? Well, the truth is, lady who put that tweet, that very funny tweet, those people think that's the goal, is doing stuff. Find it satisfying. Like Ruben, the SE in the third slot, maybe in the first slot or fifth, you know. They're like, yeah, I like doing stuff. First you're gonna do this thing, they're gonna do this other thing. There, now I feel satisfied. Well, look how NI people say, oh, how adorable. We've got like family picture books and stuff. You know, kind of like, oh, the childlike innocence of not knowing relevance. Well, that, but towards this other thing we're talking about. I'm losing my train of thought. I still feel like I should eat more stuff, maybe. Maybe I just need to drink more drink. I mean, I ate a lot. I had a whole yogurt, all of it. Even though it was orange creamsicle, I had the whole thing. That should be good enough. My body's being a little bit of a baby if it wants. Maybe more attentive to my eating than one creamsicle. I think my body would have been okay with it if it tasted better. Well, that's good enough. It was French vanilla yogurt. That would have been like, that's enough food. Because it was both food and a pleasant eating experience. But my body is just going to be like, look, dude, if you're just going to give me one yogurt, I'm not going to put up with creamsicle. You have to give me a second yogurt with a different flavor because I refuse to be satiated by such a gross flavor of yogurt. And I can't really say my body's wrong on that. I can, bury my head in the sand and pretend like it doesn't matter what flavor of yogurt. But really, the truth is, it does matter. It matters a lot. That's why I recommend key lime. Now, this is a flavor. And I say, hey, there's a surprising flavor. Oh, it was so anxious to get eaten by me, it jumped onto my shirt. No, that was just yogurt on my shirt. Yeah, I was opening a yogurt and some yogurt splattered on my shirt. That's all it is. What do you mean? It's normal for a man to have yogurt on his shirt, isn't it? Come on. Can't you tell by the faintly greenish hue that it's yogurt? What did you think it was? God, get your mind out of the gutter. You thought it was man seed. Alright, maybe I oversold the key lime part a little bit. It's a lot better than the creamsicle, but and not as good as French vanilla. But this one grows on you, right? Like the more bites of it, the more you like it. It's very tart. Whereas creamsicle is the opposite. First bite was terrible, and each bite got progressively more terrible. The last bite is like eating a spoonful of dog shit. It's just so terrible. That's the terrible power of creamsicle. It has the power to get forever more terrible. With no floor. It goes down all the way forever. Normally it's like you can get to, well, that's the worst it could possibly take. Not creamsicle. Every bite. If you tried to eat a whole gallon of it, you would not be able to. It would probably kill you just by bad taste. Are there things that taste so bad that just the taste of it can kill you? Not because it's poison in there, but just because your taste buds object so much that they send out a general body shutdown alert. Stop! Everybody stop everything! Just die! This tastes so bad. Like, hold on. Who put the taste buds in charge? Oh, my bad. I just left in there for a second. I was going to the bathroom. Well, great. Now we gotta die because of eating creamsicle. That's why you shouldn't put your taste buds in charge of whether or not you live. That's it. I'm shutting down all the organs. Can't you just shut down your tongue? No. That's the one organ I can't shut down. Because I am your taste buds. Anyway, my taste buds generally stay pretty well even tempered. To let me know when something tastes bad. Just in a normal way, usually. I'm not really even sure how they let me know. I guess we just understand each other, my taste buds and I. Like, you know, I'll look at my taste buds across the room. We'll both kind of roll our eyes at the same thing. We don't have to use words to understand whether something tastes good or not. Okay? My taste buds and I, we have a deeper relationship than words. Okay? So you can take it up with your taste buds. I'm sure both of you and your taste buds are jealous in the relationship that me and my taste buds have. But that's not my fault. Don't be a hater. Will you stop coming over here? I don't like you to come over here. You stay on this side of the counter. Do not come over here. This is the cat. No further cat flying. Right here. Extend it out like a touchdown line all the way to infinity in both directions. Do you want some? What do you want? Why are you up here? When you're up here, I just think, okay, you want something. But I don't know what you want, because I already just changed your water not that long ago. No, this is not a place for you to play. Okay? You already play in the toilet. So just go play over there. You don't need to be over here. Go away. What? Are you drinking water or are you just fucking around on the counter? Well, I love you, but I don't want you to come over there. And you're just gonna have to accept that, because you have like the entire universe is your plaything, and the one place I don't want you to go is where you want to go. I mean, there are other places we don't want to go to. I guess that would be lying to say there's only one place that I don't want you to go. Well, Rachel doesn't want you to go, and I can understand why, on the thing above her chair. What do you want? Do you want new water or what? Trouble spit in the water? That is something he would do. He doesn't even try to spit in the water. He's just so bipolar. He doesn't care about whether you like the water at all. He doesn't like you. He wants to get rid of you. But don't worry. I won't let him. Every time he chases you and stuff, I throw something at him. Hopefully he'll learn. But you're not learning though. This is a separate matter than trouble and you. This is about me and you. And you're not supposed to be up here just hanging out on the counter. Just drink your water over here at the edge of the counter. So I know you can't have your water up high, but you're dirty, so don't come over to this part. You can see how dirty you are with all these dirty pop prints everywhere. Look how dirty. But, you know, cats, one of the things about them that I don't think any of us can respect at all is that they don't care about my explanation. I can explain things till I'm blue in the face to these cats, and they don't change their behavior one bit. I've explained to them both how it's not nice of them to bother other little animals, and they continue to do so. As though I had said nothing at all. I guess that's what makes animals be an exception. It's like, it's fine for them to not listen to my words because they can't speak or understand really complex abstract notions and stuff like that. So it's fine for them to not listen to my explanations or be influenced by them. They get a pass. And everybody here gets a pass too, because after all, if you are here, you must be chatting amongst yourselves with great satisfaction, because I obviously haven't been paying very much attention to the chat at all as I've been explaining things. You bet I'm a cuckold? I'm not a cuckold. My wife and I have a wonderful relationship. I wonder what motivates somebody to sling around such an accusation. Completely, like, it's not an accusation. It's like, obviously, you're not reporting on an accurate, and you're not accurately reporting on your intuition. Like, oh, I actually intuit about this individual the following. This is just kind of like a cut and paste standard thing you do to hope to elicit some kind of response. But, I mean, what exactly? Well, I guess what motivates you is you get some kind of a response, like emotional response, or somebody feels triggered or something. But I guess what I'm trying to get at is you and your relationship with language have a wonderful time together. That's all I can say to that. If that's how you want to make love to language, who am I to get in your way? I mean, sure, you're treating her like a filthy whore. But, I guess with your relationship with language, that's how she likes it. I like the way this smells a lot. It reminds me of, like, this Hawaiian weed I grew indoors one time. Smells like that stuff. You're a beta male. I'm sure a black man can satisfy your wife in ways you never could. I mean, like, by giving her a wonderful life and a wonderful home. Is that what you mean? Neither of us are especially sensory, so I don't think we prioritize the same things you do. And I don't think that, accordingly, we're responsive to the same sort of things that you think people universally are responsive to. The thing is, I think it's fair to say I speak for both of us that what my wife and I both want, which is the same thing that all intuitive people want, regarding sex is to feel like safe, loved, and appreciated for who we are. Now, if you're very sensory, then sex is not about those kind of meanings, right? It doesn't seem like a threatening area to you at all, to your ontological safety, because it's native to your attentional priorities. Of course, if it's going to be that native to your attentional priorities, that it's at, say, the obvious expense of basic meanings, then it's probably not executed in a particularly healthy fashion. But what we can agree is that this is one of those areas that's not a normative matter, although people tend to make it one. Like, there's nothing wrong morally with having a very sensory, like, let's fuck a lot of people and fucking matters a lot, right? There's nothing morally wrong with that as a priority and as a competency area. We used to say people feel very comfortable having, you know, performing sexually in multiple capacities in multiple ways and with multiple people. It's like there's nothing wrong with that normatively. It's not a normative issue, provided all parties are equally enthusiastic, you know? But but it does mean necessarily that you deprioritize meanings because doing stuff is its own reward, right? It's not instrumental to anything else. For both Rachel and I, for both Rachel and me, I can't believe I did that. For both Rachel and me, sex is instrumental as a value. The S's are SISE. It's not a goal, an outcome in itself that has any particular value because it doesn't have any meaning. It's just experiential pleasure. And we're both very meaning focused, language focused, attentionally. Which, at the same time, I don't mean to in any way take away from the fact that we have a spectacularly good sex life. I feel very lucky and grateful for that. It's just, you know, it's the sort of thing that attentionally is my least conscious thing in the world. So I I tend to, I guess, take it for granted and or like sometimes forget to have sex a little while. And I realize, oh wait, something's hmm. And you know, I'm like, it's on like blonde. But the point is, regardless of all that, what I realized a long time ago is that sex doesn't make any sense at all, and there's no point in trying to explain it. What are you doing, computer? You got the zoomies? Yeah, I guess so. There's no point trying to explain sex. It just doesn't explain. Am I part of the stage as well? For sure, I'm part of. Yeah, I don't know. That question of Joe Media, sometimes you make me shake my head. Anyway, I know the following for sure that there's no possible way that either Rachel or I could conceivably be satisfied sexually by another person because it would mean that we were cheating and we're not we're not the types who can sort of like ignore that in the heat of passion for the moment or something. It's just insane. But I guess I love Black Kang's is expressing his own sorrow, lack of a soulmate, perhaps. Friendly, demonstrative of a lack of understanding regarding what it means to genuinely love and trust each other and to be positive for each other, to be a positive impact on the other. Because you can both, it's very possible to be in a relationship where both parties are good relationship partners in a general sense. They both intend to serve the relationship as best they can, and things go catastrophically wrong anyway because they have attentional incompatibilities. So it's difficult to find what Rachel and I have, but this guy didn't come in to evaluate and comment upon our relationship. It's not like his antipathy is responsive to. It's not like he hates our freedom, like that kind of thing. He's just expressing his own pain and inability to experience a relationship, I guess, in any frame of reference other than sexual competition, which is it's like if all you're doing is competing to hump thoughts, then you're gonna have a pretty hollow and heartbreaking kind of lack of intuition, I guess. And there's no way out of that. It's like you can't you can't understand when you're stuck. Understanding is not going to be any help at all to people who don't prioritize explanations, understanding, and not doing things. If they prioritize not doing things, then they wouldn't be stuck with the disappointing aftermath of sensory's failed pleasures. Cheers, Nick War. One of the things that I feel sad about is that sometimes my much, much, much needed and valued and beloved explanations can prevent me from pulling bowls for far too long. Why? Because my mouth is moving this way when it should be just going like this. So, silence, they say, is golden. What's even more golden than silence is the sound of Eric pulling a bong rip. And then what's at least as golden as that is me explaining why. Yeah, well, Ruben, there's no doubt that it's an important part of a daily breakfast, but it's like that's the sort of thing where you notice if there's a problem. What what most couples want, I think, is a happy, healthy sex life. If there's a problem if you feel like the other person is withholding or not communicate. There's all kinds of different possible problems. But in the absence of those, it's not like there's it's not like a good sex life is defined as anything other than the absence of problems. Because, I mean, you're just dealing with subjectivities beyond that, which is what it should be. It's just sex is all subjectives. But one thing that is not a subjective can be any number of problems. Problems tend to be objective. Like, you know, Kimberly had a very toxic relationship with sex, and and her behavior was objectively the problem. And there were no subjectivities involved in that diagnosis. The only subjectivities involved were my feelings, which were more important than I thought, but, you know, it that they're not, still not relevant to whether or not the thing is correct. So, in other words, we can be objective about toxicity stuff, bad things, but you can't really be objective about something as totally the property of two people, as, say, a married couple in their sex life. The idea that some third party could show up and please Rachel is just completely insane. I can imagine this third party trying to have sex with her, eliciting responses ranging from annoyed, frustrated to absolutely terrified, frantic, depending on the level of insistence, you know? Certainly. I like it when things like this come in, though, because things are so simple when you explain things instead of instead of just operating under the assumption that this frame of reference doesn't doesn't need to be informed upon at all. Of course, almost nothing I say gets heard by almost nobody, but you guys are here, and it doesn't really matter to me whether or not. Well, it does matter to me, but it doesn't impact things. Like, I would like it obviously a lot more if the amount of attention paid to me went up when I was saying things that were very insightful and important to hear, and went down when I was saying dumb things. But that is not that's not at all the case. Like, there's no responsiveness whatsoever in terms of like viewership against my belief of what people, uh, my belief about what the most important arguments are, the arguments people most need to hear and be informed by are. That correlates very badly with views, not well at all, the opposite of well. So, the bottom line is the population of people who both want to have things explained to them and are smart enough to understand my explanations, even when I'm being very smart and explaining them as clearly and simply as I can, which I'm not always doing that, but sometimes I am. There's very small population of people. Because most people don't want things explained to them because understanding things doesn't matter. It's not useful to you in almost every situation. And in fact, I could be right as the Dixie all day long, And it doesn't matter at all if you believe your own shit and don't care, right? Like this ESFP lady that typed one time. I was asking her, that's how I know she was an ESFP. I was asking her to explain how, so she had this like, her thing was she went into classrooms and was hired by the, like had a salary position with the district or something. She went into classrooms and helped teachers integrate data-driven, um, data-driven like metrics into their shit, right? Like so, um, well, you want to have more numbers in your assessments and things. So I said, well, how does that work with this? I forget the specifics of her thing, but how does that work with stuff like English class? I guess you just do this in science math. No, we do it in English classes too. Well, what does that thing actually represent? Well, we just do the best we can and find a yeah. It didn't matter to her one fucking bit that she was saying we are going to look, what we have is a horseshoe. I don't give a fuck whether you're a horse. Put it on. That's what she was doing, right? She did not care at all the fact that you can't expect to put a horseshoe on to say a dog and have it and have any good things happen, right? Well, but this is her job is to put horseshoes onto things. It displays an equivalent level of just idiocy, just NI weakness, weak ass NI, plus probably no TI at the top level of the administration as well to task somebody with a job of putting a horseshoe on everything, regardless of whether it's a horse. You know, just appallingly bad everything. Hi, money. How's it going? You know the pain. You know the pain of having explanations. You gotta explain, right? Nobody but a few people, few lone whispering dandelions in the wilderness, want to hear your explanation. And even they're probably chatting amongst yourselves as you explain away in futile vain, lost in the waves of history's obscurity to time, forgotten forever, while he's still talking. Well, hopefully you took my previous feedback and I mean, you're trying to explain something as you're trying to understand it. It's hard enough to explain it when you do understand it already. Your understanding is still developing as you're explaining it. But you keep re-explaining it. You're at that stage. I'm determined the next time I go to explain the fucking thing, it's gonna be done right. I'm not gonna have any more false starts. I'm not exactly sure. It it's like you're beginning to explain things before you know exactly what you're gonna be doing, which is normal any shit. I'm the same way, right? But next time, I'm gonna know exactly what I'm doing before I start doing it. I need to have a clear path as to exactly why I'm explaining it this way and not some other way. Namely, it needs to have some inherent high ground that gives it an explanatory preferability over alternatives that's implicit to what the explanation is I'm going to present. I don't have that vision for laying it out yet, and I assure you, you don't either. It's hard to figure out how you're going to do that. When you say, I've got this thing done, but people aren't going to, not very many people are going to understand it, well, then you're just being too TI, right? Because there's more NI here than it's tricky. Because obviously you want to explain it in a way where it's a defensible case. But to the extent that you make a defensible case, you are undermining the ability of others to take anything from it. Like when people feel like they understand things when they have NI shit given to them, not TI. People who do understand things via TI, but that's not a useful way to get other people to understand things. Even if you're right about all your definitions and stuff, and in your earlier work, I saw some problems. I'm not trying to shit on you or be a hater or anything. I'm talking to you as a colleague. And I'm not saying I'm smarter than you or better at this than you. Am saying I've attempted what you're doing now more times than you have. And I've learned from my mistakes a little bit. I don't know if I've learned from them, but they're like, oh, that's one mistake. There's another. You know, I note my mistakes. If I don't repeat them, I guess you could say I learned from them, but it's not that kind of mistakes. They're mistakes of intellectual work, misdirection, bad ideas that reveal themselves as such, over time. There's no lesson to be learned. It's just incorrectness to be corrected. I guess some of the things generalize more than others. But not that much. I mean, like, to some extent, every intellectual dead end is informative about intellectual work in general, but less than you'd think. Things tend to be warrant specific more than people. It's like the connections are just NI in those instances more often than not. Or you might say misleading NI. Boy, I have done a lot of explaining tonight. I feel kind of sad because I understand myself as, you're always explaining everything. You're never keeping track of what you explain. You're never archiving it sensibly, organizing it. You're always waiting until you have a clarity on some grand big picture NI whole that will allow you to finally convey to everybody, this, motherfuckers. And it continually, forever eludes you. Because you're not that good at making stuff that's hard easy. nobody is. Like Einstein said, make it as simple as possible and no simpler. And here I am on this beautiful evening, mostly denied the wonderful pleasures of sensation. But just as the sensors, those who prioritize sensation as the value anywhere, like S above N, just as they are both denied and immune to the foibles of meaning, so too am I denied / sort of immune to. I wish I were immune. They're both the same conditions, right? You take like ESFPs and I don't know, ESTJs. We're in the same condition, right? It's just flip. We're mostly denied that stuff. And to the extent that we're not, it's probably a problem, not a good thing. Like, me with my fourth slot SI, at least I get to experience a lot of good SI pleasures consciously. But, and Rachel gets to experience SE stuff consciously. I don't even really know what that means. But, I guess it means like satisfaction, checking stuff off the list. Satisfaction, like having sex, like you go, there. I'm consciously paying attention. I don't know what to think about that. I don't know how SE. I just can't even think about it really. I don't know how it's like to be fourth slot SE. I just have my observation of Rachel, but I don't know what it's like to attend like that because my relationship with SE is so unconscious. I can't do much conceptual work around it. I need some sort of equivalency to start with, some kind of SI spot to start with. I wonder what the neighbors are up to. Just walking? If they're walking or are they just over at their house talking? I can't tell if they're moving or not. It's pretty cold outside, and I have had to pee for such a long time. I'm not peed because I didn't want to deny you a contiguous explanation. Well, more accurately, if I had thought about it at all, which I wasn't, but I would have thought, there's no way I'm going to remember to resume this explanation after I'm done going to the bathroom. I'm totally going to lose my place in the explanation for sure. Okay, I got to go to the bathroom. I'm going to leave you guys to talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to show you something fun to look at. Let's see. What do you guys want to look at? Let's see. This seems like a fun thing to look at. Let's look at this. Here we go. Are you ready for some fun? Nothing says fun like a party-sized bag of chips. So you guys muse on that while I go to the bathroom. thinking about in the bathroom about the term neurodivergent and how we can learn a lot about different kinds of definitions and but the kinds of definitions I prefer are what you call operationalized definitions. Things are defined so that you can draw a specific distinction. So we're going to call many, we're going to define that as more than 4. So that way, now I'm defining many as more than 4, and if you want to use my definition as well, you say, well, Eric, you define many as more than 4, but I only see 3 eggs here, and you just said there are many of them. And then I'd either have to contest the fact that there were 3 eggs, or update my definition, acknowledge my definition of many was not correct. The point is, that's the kind of definition I favor. But that's only good for doing intellectual work, right? Normally, people define things with NI definitions, and that's good. Like, you look beautiful. Well, what do you mean by beautiful exactly? It's a silly question, right? It doesn't, you don't need to operationalize the definition of beautiful. It only has a meaning in its NI sense, and all the distinctions it's making are NI distinctions and or FI distinctions. But now let's look at the term neurodivergent. What a garbage fucking term, and what a garbage attempt to turn to pretend your complete NI, not even NI, I don't even know what to call it, your nonsense is just such a terrible thing. So the point is, neurodivergent means there's some norm you're diverging from, right? In some particular way, presumably, that qualifies you as a member of this set of those who are neurodivergent. So the only way that set means anything at all is if you establish what the norm is that they're diverging from and how they're diverging from it. Otherwise, the term neurodivergent doesn't mean anything except some random people you draw a circle around and call neurodivergent. So the thing is, it's important to know what kind of words and situations and stuff take what kind of definition. Things that take NI definition are words about subjectivities or about holistic stuff. So we don't need to know more about that person is grieving, right? Because that informs us all we need to know. The facts, the NI facts, they have experienced some sort of loss, and they're undergoing the according ontological distress and sadness or whatever. But when we say somebody's neurodivergent, we're not talking about anything that has any meaning like that. In other words, it's not a state of being that's temporary. And we know it's not referring to personality, because if it were referring to some kind of personality traits, it would be more specific than differs from some undescribed norm. So it's like that kind of term, if somebody says, I think we all know what we mean when we say neurodivergent and expect that to be adequate, versus I think we all know what beautiful means and expect that to be adequate. Well, the latter regarding beautiful is just NI correct. And the former regarding neurodivergent is both NI bad and TI bad. The bad use of an NI definition for an inappropriate context or term, and it's bad TI because it's fucking stupid. It doesn't define anything in any meaningful way, so you can actually make any distinctions about anything from anybody. Plus, it abuses the term divergent by not providing any actual normal things to diverge from. What is it actually? It's an attempt by people who have pathologized a bunch of people to say, no, 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 we're not pathologizing you, we're celebrating your specialness. You aren't doing anything except playing label hockey. You are doing absolutely nothing except saying, I don't like how these people's attentional deficits are in areas that are not like my attentional deficit. So there must be something wrong with them. Yeah, there's something wrong with you and your fucking lack of intuition, you fucks. Pathologizing everybody. Well, you got ADD and autism, plus he's also got oppositional defiant disorder, and he's also he has emotional blindness and executive function disorder. He's a psychopath, even though he hasn't done anything. It's like all these labels based on neither a mental illness, it's actually a mental illness like bipolar, schizophrenia, stuff like that. It's based not on that at all. And it's based not on not on anything that you can physically attribute. Like, say for example, if I had a broken leg, you could X-ray it and see, yes, you have a broken leg. Instead, it relies just on some clinicians' perspective on how much you deviate from what they think is normal. And that's just fucking insane. So, no, you don't get to now, after telling everybody there's something wrong with them, say, no, 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 you're special. You're not. There's nothing wrong with you. Yes, you're on the spectrum, and yes, you also strangely have ADD and also executive function disorder, by the way. But there's nothing wrong with you. You're just neurodivergent. You're just diverging from something. You're diverging from what I want you to be. And that's the problem. That's why you need to keep coming to me, your doctor, even though there's nothing wrong with you. It's because of your divergence that you need me to help you treat you for what's wrong with you. Okay? So just don't think about it too hard and keep coming back. It works if you pay me. It won't if you don't. Neurodivergent. Oh my God. Talk about just taking a lovely young maiden that is language out behind the woodshed and defiling her with meowings. That is not an acceptable way for anybody to use language to come up with this term. It sounds kind of like it means something, right? It has the word diverge in it. And neuro, like brain different. Different how? From what? According to whom? What? You and your garbage mouth need to stop making up garbage words if you're not going to mean anything. Don't you hate it when garbage mouths make garbage words that don't mean anything and pretend to mean something? So if you're not pretending to mean something, that's fine. Like I said, nobody should to quibble over what the word beautiful means, right? Because beautiful doesn't try to put on a costume of scienciness, soundingness, and pretend to be an actual category of people that really is just a haphazard melange of various people pathologized by various therapists for God knows what reason. But under a list of a finite number of labels. All of you people that don't really have anything wrong with you, but that we say you have something wrong with you, well, we've got a new label for you. It's called neurodivergent. Because it's not so much that you're fucked up, like we were saying. Actually, you're better than everybody else. You're fancier and you have a special label. In addition to offering you neurodivergent, I can also offer you INFJ and the world's rarest type. Would you like to be that? You could also be a highly sensitive person. You can be all of these wonderful things. Isn't that great? I have some more words that don't mean anything for you if you'd like. You can be the number one helper. You can be the number one helper. Would you like that? Think of all the wonderful things you could be. You can be neurodivergent. You can be number one helper. You can be my special guy. You could be part of the gifted mystics. How about that? Yes, you have autism. Bad news, good news, okay? Look, the bad news is, yes, you have autism and ADD. The good news is, that just means you're a mystic. How much crack did you do to lose that many teeth? Says TJ. TJ, you don't lose teeth from doing crack. You've got the wrong drug in mind. What you're trying to go for there is meth. It's like if you're gonna try to troll somebody or heckle or whatever, at least know that it's meth that links to teeth loss, not crack. God, how dumb could you be? It's a dumb thing to do in the first place. You're saying, here's something that I see about your face that deviates from a norm. My mouth is mouth divergent. So pointing something like that out is just incredibly dumb and pointless anyway, because you're not going to obviously hurt my feelings. Otherwise, I wouldn't be up here live streaming all the time. But more importantly, if you're going to try to hurt my feelings about my teeth, at least check to make sure you've got the right drug. Nobody thinks crack causes you to lose your teeth. Everybody understands it's meth, maybe Mountain Dew, but not crack. What are you, on crack? You can't even, you've chosen to go for the lowest hanging fruit you could possibly find, and you can't even pick that properly. What is wrong with you, sir? I'd say go back to the tooth making fun of drawing board. It doesn't get any easier than T-ball, okay? The fact that you cannot make contact properly means you are just not suited for this sport. I suggest maybe go into synchronized swimming or something. What? This is response to the whole of that. Wait, what did he say? Hilariously. He likes to perform in a hilarious fashion so that I can enjoy his hilarious ways. That's my only explanation for it. But maybe he's got another explanation. I don't know. I'm not necessarily good at explaining other people's dumbness. I mean, I can explain why it's dumb, but not why they choose to be dumb. I mean, I guess I can explain that they're not choosing to be dumb. They're just inherently that way because of. But why do they choose to play? Why do they choose to try to play basketball on a football field? Is beyond me. That one, I guess that's all part of the whole global dumbness thing. You know, like intuition, like an ability to tell, like, wrong sport for this frame. Well, I tried to play basketball on the football field. I'm playing basketball. Yeah, well, then you have more fun playing basketball on the court and say, I know how I want to play basketball. Obviously, I'm the one playing it. I play wherever I play, wherever I want to play. All right, basketball player. Well, I wouldn't really mind you playing basketball on the football field if it weren't the case that there's this Pee Wee football game that's trying to happen here. There's a basketball court. Obviously, I'm playing basketball on it. Mm-hmm. Well, look, I don't tell you to stop playing football in my basketball, so don't tell me to stop playing basketball. Okay. That's the problem. That's the problem. Summation of the problem is that the same thing that makes people bad at playing football is the same thing that makes them think basketball is good to be played on a football field. So you can't explain to them that you should play basketball on a basketball court because if they could get that explanation, obviously they wouldn't be playing basketball on a fucking football field. And not like that never occurred to them. It's like they can't process it. I can inform you because this has never occurred to you. That's never going to do any good. It's not a matter of occurring, it's just, it's like that lady putting horseshoes onto dogs. There's a particular stubbornness to a lack of intuition. It says, it's always all about me. This is how I do it. This is how I've done it. This is what I think. This is what I feel. It's always about me. I feel that way too. From my perspective, I'm trying to help, but other people don't necessarily feel helped. Much more likely to feel criticized, corrected at least. Obviously, that's expressly what I'm doing much of the time, so it's natural for them to feel corrected. Point being, other people get to decide what's useful to them, desirable to them. to the extent that I think that correctness is implicitly a good thing and ought to be preferred, I'm just projecting my own frame of reference because obviously other people know what ought to be preferred for them. And like for that woman who was putting horseshoes on dogs, I think she preferred to continue in her perfectly happy FITE way. Well, I may not be working yet, but I make adjustments, the whole concept of putting a horseshoe on a dog is flawed. I think she was happier just kind of thinking she could incrementally make this catastrophically bad idea better when it was categorically bad and there was no saving it. And that's the expression of a lack of intuition ultimately is not understanding where something's identity boundaries are. Like, you know, you can't you can't make something better by adding a corkscrew to it. You can't say, "Wow, this thing worked great." Like, with the bow and arrow worked great for distance fighting, so let's just adapt it for up close fighting. Now we just have a really small bow that you can shoot really fast instead of swinging a sword or something. It's a terrible idea. Obviously, let a bow be a bow and a sword be a sword. Let them be their own things. They inherently will be. And any sort of attempt to mush, well, this is a sword that also turns into a bow, means you're guaranteed to have neither of them effectively represented. And the only time that's a good idea is if you're making very practical decisions about like how much weight you can carry, how much to. But even then, it's better to diversify amongst the troops instead of having one troop that's got a combination bow and sword. You should have two troops. One has a sword and one has a bow, as anybody with any intuition can tell you. But that's the problem with a lack of intuition is basically it doesn't recognize where and when relevancy boundaries are determinate and where and when um, there's room for some kind of hybridization, increased complexity for its own sake. I don't know. Other nonsense ESTJ kind of bad ideas. Like putting ceiling fans in every room with remote controls so that you can never figure out. It's just a fucking nightmare of pointless complexity that only somebody who's got SI tool could embrace because it's a bunch of particulars that you just have to learn and they don't make any sense, They don't make any universal sense. Just it's fine because I don't need anything to be universalized. It's just my house. I just need to learn how my shit works. Well, but that's fine if you don't care about whether things make any sense at all. Like, should you put ceiling fans in every room? No. Especially since the foyer has a ceiling fan, there's central air conditioning, which can be put on fan only. And there's also windows you could open, or you put the air conditioning on, or there's myriad things you can do besides already extant, besides a ceiling fan to move air in the room and to adjust the temperature exactly to what you want it to be. Occasionally, I like having the ceiling fan in the living room every once in a while when it gets too smoky, but I never actually utilize it. Not anytime regularly, but every once in a while. But that only happens when I don't have the foyer ceiling fan. on. Now I typically keep the foyer ceiling fan on all the time. Anyway, it's like, how about this one? How about we put shelves beneath the ample fucking storage space and surfaces we have above the washer and dryer. So the original house put the washer and dryer here. They put these things up here at the right height, right? So in other words, it doesn't interfere with anything. And there's a laundry sink over here. The way things are arranged originally, there's nothing at the top end of the laundry sink to possibly bump into as you're bringing things in and out of the laundry sink. These fucking idiots put shelving. Okay, fine. You want to put shelving above the washer and dryer that's below the natural cabinet shelving. Maybe your wife's short like mine. Fine, I get it. Why extend the shelving over the top of the fucking laundry sink? It's insane. It's fucking unipolar at its worst. Why did they put this horrible, shabby, chic fucking screen door over there before? Which serves no purpose at all. It was just why? It's not a reason why. What is that sound? What's going on over there? What time is it? What day is it? 1 in the morning on, what, Monday? I'm probably being a little too loud to be talking outside. Why, though? Why did they put this? It's just a lack of intuition. It's very particular. It doesn't matter if it makes sense to anything outside of what their particular interests are. Why nail freaking 50 fucking crucifixes to the wall upstairs, even though the wall is incredibly stubborn against putting anything into it. It's like you cannot nail into that wall, you cannot screw into that wall. Somehow they managed to fix fucking 50 crucifixes up there. Why do you need 50 fucking crucifixes? To remind you that you're Christian? Like, if so, maybe 2 crucifixes? 5 maybe? Spread around evenly around the house? Not just one wall with 50 fucking crucifixes on it? Sorry, we want to buy the house fully furnished, but not all those crucifixes, please. Please tell them to take them down. That's exactly what we told them. It's not because we're not Christian, it's because we're not insane. But we have a little bit of intuition. Oh. You know how I know I love these crucifixes? Because I remember putting each one up. Each one has its own special story to me. Wednesday Addams. I'm a reasonably dirty old man. I wouldn't say that I'm unusually dirty. Probably much less dirty than most old men, actually, in terms of sexual dirtiness. But in terms of physical dirtiness, I'm probably more dirty than most old men, which is to say I shower less frequently. So I guess it's a wash. And of course, my dirtiness should only be compared against other old men. It's not fair to compare my dirtiness against the dirtiness of the young. That's an entirely different category of dirtiness. I can't be expected to keep up with young people's dirtiness. People say dirty old man, but isn't it true that young people are a lot dirtier than old people? I think in general, one becomes less sex obsessed as one. Sex obsessed, did I say that right? Less sex obsessed as one gets older. Not that I was ever particularly sex obsessed, but, you know, it's a good idea to rub one out at least every day if you're not in a relationship. It's a good idea for your prostate health to ejaculate every day, but that's not necessarily a good idea for like what you want, right? Like, I'd rather save my loads for sex, and I don't necessarily want to have sex every day. So, accordingly, my prostate health is not as good as it could be, but my life and relationship health is better. So it's one to grow on. Previously, I had said it's bad for your prostate to not, no fap's bad for your prostate. And I had to retract that because I couldn't find validation for the statement. And I had to, regretfully say I retract that and I apologize for saying that I was wrong. But good news, a new study has come out to prove me correct. Even though I had no good reason to be correct before, I was nevertheless correct. But it was incorrect to claim that without adequate cause. That was very incorrect to me. But it turned out I was right. So, yeah, it's bad. No fap's bad. Bad for your prostate. Increased risk of prostate cancer for, the less you ejaculate. But, it doesn't mean you should just follow, like, well, I guess I gotta rub one out every day. No, I'm not telling you should listen to those ridiculous health things. I'm not a big fan of this is unhealthy, that is unhealthy, but obviously no fat's unhealthy because it's just unnatural. It's ridiculous. But it doesn't mean ample fat is to be preferred. Let's not play, just because shit is bad, pee is good. Not that pee is not good. Pee is good when you're letting it out of your body. It's not good to have around. My name's not George Clooney. I live in Mariposa County, California, Newts. My name's Eric. E-R-I-C, Eric. No K, no H, no Q, just regular old E-R-I-C, Eric. I look hot like George Clooney. Well, thanks, Newts. I think there's something probably a little bit wrong with your eyes. But I'll take the compliment anyway. As a happily married man, I don't care what I look like. What's the purpose of looking sexy? It's just to get chicks. If you already have one, why bother? You know? And in fact, I think there's probably a certain amount of appealingness to being in a very comfortable relationship. Makes one perhaps more attractive to others. But be that as it may, you better get your eyes checked. Because, yeah, I'm fierce and fabulous, like the RuPaul's Drag Race. But, I've got, let's say, some rugged features. You could say I've got a radio face. Oh, I know you didn't, but you cannot have me. But I will give you this little teaser, okay? I'm going to pretend it's spring break. Are you ready? Spring break! Woo! Spring break! Have your fill of those. Hope that satisfied you. Because I'm sorry you can't get any further than that with me. Your car's not cool enough. Say my name Will you stop with the freaking ridiculousness? Just enough. Nobody wants your vulgarity and sexuality in their YouTube. It's like, go on Pornhub or OnlyFans or something. That's what those places are for. Nobody wants your filthy sexuality mixed into their YouTube. It's like, ew. Somebody get this gross retard masturbating off the bus. Seriously, it's like, if you're gonna masturbate, don't ride the bus. You could masturbate before you get on the bus and after you get off the bus. All you want. You don't need to masturbate on the bus. What's California like? Where I live is fantastic. It's like a little piece of heaven. But that doesn't mean that other parts of California are the same as this. Every part of California is its own part of California. California is a big state. I will say this regarding parts of the state not here. I'm always so happy to return to here when I leave here, even like 50 miles away from here. Well, I'm always happy to come back home and say, this is my California, and let's just pretend this is all of California. I don't need to worry about the rest of California. California, you know, if I'm going to worry about the state of a union, I'll worry about the state of the federal government. You know, if I have to fix something, I'll fix the country, not California. California is not nearly as much of a disaster as people seem to think it is outside of the state. But it's also the case that it's a tough state to do business in. When I was a business owner, the state of California is not very business friendly, but it's pretty individual friendly. I mean, at least here I can have my relationship with marijuana without people being like, oh, that's bad or whatever. You know, it's just, how about we have a little sanity about things? Like, you can see that the insanity is still out there by that lady's weird alarmist article about CBD oil and old people. And like, Jesus Christ, woman. Are you just looking for anything that you can find some indication that there are health risks of some kind so that you can just blindly say, always stop doing everything that we can prove is bad for you a little bit, you know? It's ridiculous. It's as though people don't have lives with inertia. And it's as though people's subjective decisions about consuming this or that food, this drug, whatever. It's as though some third party can pick and choose. Change these things about yourself and you'll be better off. I mean, it's insane. How could anybody possibly understand another person's relationships with this food, that yeah, etc. so well that they believe they can provide prescriptive advice. Like, obviously, there's a link between sugar and diabetes. So the proper course of action is to highlight that the information, just provide information. This is what this study shows. There's no prescription involved. Therefore, you shouldn't, blah. We need to get rid of that part of it, right? People can make their own decisions with accurate information, and they should be able to rely upon people who are feeling as though they have a reason to provide information for some reason to actually take the job seriously and just be neutral about it. Like, there are obviously some studies that have shown harms from marijuana, but the idea that we can evaluate those in a vacuum is part of the problem. But the other part of the problem is it's like there's this blindness to the harms that happen when you are wrong. So, they used to say that cigarettes caused throat cancer, but then they found out the actual cause of it is not cigarettes, and they took it off the Surgeon General's warning. But you'll note that there's no lesson learned there, right? There's no kind of retraction and acknowledgement. Hey, your grandma who had throat cancer and smoked, and how she felt so bad because she thought she had caused it by smoking, and how blah, blah, blah. Well, good news. She had nothing to do with that. It wasn't smoking that caused that. There's none of that, right? There's no acknowledgement of the fact that information you give to people impacts how they feel and think and behave somewhat, and that you don't know best what they should do. And if you're misleading them because you think you do, bad things happen. So, it's like I used to be, when I was younger, I used to be very scared of getting lung cancer from smoking cigarettes. Everything they said and I'd heard made it seem as though it's just a matter of time, If you keep smoking, and even just a couple of cigarettes, some people just get lung cancer right away, You got, that was the message they were sending. And the thing is, I used to worry about it a lot when I was younger. At a certain point, I got kind of nihilistic. Just like, I don't fucking care. I just want to die anyway because, I was drunk and whatever. But what's not accounted for as an impact is, what about all that worried energy I directed towards that possible negative outcome, when the reality is that outcome links at a vastly higher strength of correlation to a specific gene, which explains why so many non-smokers get lung cancer, and that your likelihood of getting it if you're a smoker only increases if you have that genetic predisposition. well, maybe I wouldn't have spent all that time worrying about lung cancer. I would have worried about COPD or something real that in other words, something I would have had worry proportional to the actual risk. It's not like lung cancer is not a risk, but it's just I was operating under the assumption that, you know, maybe 50% of smokers got it or something, the way they tried to position the data. And so there's a lack of recognition that when you make up shit about something, that it causes harms when you're wrong. Like, we've all heard about how marijuana makes you dumb. And the thing is, we've seen this study that shows indeed that it does not make you dumb. This person put in the comments like something like, well, what we can conclude, he was not wrong, okay? That um, it certainly looks as though dire indications regarding cognition before were overblown, but it's too early to say whether it actually prevents cognitive decline. So I agree with them completely, but the thing is, we've been operating across decades with a public narrative that has been agenda driven to say this does link to cognitive damage, cognitive decline, harms growing brains, etc. Except the obvious fact of the matter is, to the extent that there are such negative impacts, they are very minuscule. And if they were any larger than that accumulated over time, then by my age at 54, after 40 years of smoking weed, I'd be dumb as a fucking brick. And yet I'm still vastly more intelligent than anybody I've ever heard critiquing marijuana. It's like of all the fucking things you could do with your time, you're critiquing something that, number one, has to be critiqued against alternatives, not in a vacuum against nothing, and it's better than all alternatives. And that, number two, has a history of people being abused, imprisoned, etc., all kinds, subject to all kinds of ridiculous human rights abuse, not to mention ontological diminishment, etc. And that's what you decide you people need to be scolded about. That's how you're going to help people's health, is by warning them that marijuana will make them dumb or cause dementia, imply that it links to dementia, which is insane because obviously that correlation they determined that if somebody is hospitalized for acute marijuana poisoning, whatever that is, that they have an increased risk of a first time dementia diagnosis. Well, I mean, okay. You are really grasping at some flimsy ass straws to push an agenda that you have no business pushing with an abject disregard, disinterest, and probably inability to recognize the more complex harms that you don't intend but are guaranteed from your foolhardy endeavor, foolhardy and wicked endeavor. But, let me count the many different ways that people's wrongness cause harms. Won't do any good. Nobody wants to be scolded into utopia. If people wanted to be scolded into correctness, well, if they started that right now, I'd say 2 weeks till utopia. I'll have us at utopia in 2 weeks. fact is, people don't want to be scolded for any reason, really. We don't even want to be corrected. They're going to perceive correcting as criticism and or scolding. They're going to say, I don't like the way that makes me feel, because criticism kills love, and therefore everyone's opinion is equal. It's like sometimes I'm trying to be precise, not realizing that I'm correcting Rachel or realizing it belatedly. It's not something I want to do, because when she feels corrected, she feels as though she feels criticized, basically. I might be just trying to be precise, but it doesn't matter what I'm trying to do, because Rachel and I are a couple, not an argument, not a set of claims about things. And Rachel's most comfortable knowing things, of course. She's a knower. My preference for qualified statements, very legalistic preferences, not something that, it's just my tool function, really. So, not something that I need to bring to the relationship at all. It's just, I don't know, Eric being Eric, I guess. Well, actually, shut the fuck up. Oh, Eric. It's okay. You're just that guy. You can't understand well enough to understand out of yourself. Like, doesn't matter how much I understand my predisposition to meow, I'll still have that predisposition to meow. And it doesn't matter how much I understand FI polar conceptually. I can't be sighted where I am blind. Of course, it doesn't mean that understanding has no efficacy. I mean, it is the case that I think I'm better able to learn from my mistakes and understand other people's differences and stuff because I understand. Certainly, I'm vastly less likely to just project my own frame of references and absolute value. But even with all those qualifying statements, it's still, well, I mean, the thing is, it's naturally occurring here in this context, talking about these things. abstractions. Like, peace and love and stuff. And what are other abstract things? Like food and stuff. Those kind of things. Food and peace and love. I've got a really complicated explanation of how food and peace and love are all really the same thing. So, get this, right? First thing people do when they're born is they have food. But get this, it's not regular food. What is it, food? It's made out of love. That's why it comes from a boob. Now, if everybody just had food made of love, then we'd have peace. And that's how the whole explanation works. I hope you guys get it now. I realize you're all there. I'm just not reading the chat at all. I'm very aware that you're here, and I was just in the darkness, chatting to myself, monologuing, if you will. I was not unaware of that, but I was okay with that. I was like, that's what I'm doing. I decided, I'm not even sure I decided, just let it happen. Just let it happen like, like falling asleep. If you couldn't hear me, then understandably you would think I didn't know you were there, because that would have meant I was muted. But looking here at the phone, I don't see any indication of having been muted. Listen, the point is, whatever I'm saying is what matters. And it doesn't matter what you're looking at. That's not relevant to anything. It's like I could show you a picture of a flower or whatever. It doesn't make any difference. That had nothing to do with what I'm saying. Are you using StreamYard? No, I'm not using StreamYard. I'm just streaming from my phone. I don't use StreamYard, and I don't do panel discussions. I think it's that stuff. It's not that it's inherently bad or anything. It's just it's in my past. I used to do a lot more of that stuff, and I'm just not interested in doing it anymore. I don't know. It's hard enough to say everything that I have to say when I'm the only one talking. And other people have things to talk about, and they think they've got good ideas and stuff, and they want me to listen to their ideas too and stuff, but I just think they're wrong and don't know what they're doing. So, then we end up at an impasse. The thing is, I think they're wrong because they don't know what they're doing. Like, making a case is not the sort of thing that amateurs they're going to succeed at, It would be like me building a house. I might be able to cobble together something, but nobody should feel safe living there. 40 watching now. 40 people here? Wow, look at that. Wow, look who's become suddenly popular. It's me. What could I do to destroy that? These things are just temporary. 42 people right now, and then be 10 in another minute or two. I know the ways of YouTube. YouTube giveth, YouTube taketh away. Sure, I would love lots of attention, be super popular, have thousands of people at every live stream, all clamoring to super chat me. But I'm not going to be misled by YouTube's temptress will-o-wisp ways any further in my life. maybe 7 years ago, I'd be like, maybe I could. I know how YouTube goes. That's today. Oh, okay, we got Flow State brought some people over. That's why. Okay, that makes sense. Periodically, we get a boost like that. Occasionally, I'll get just like a random day for no particular reason where we get a lot of people. Rachel tends to draw a fair number of views, probably more than me when she's streaming primarily. Because, of course, she's a pretty girl, and I am not. You know, I can't blame anybody for liking to watch a pretty girl. That's perfectly reasonable. And, you know, she could talk about the same stuff I talk about. Hurricane Paro. Hurricane Paro, huh? That seems like a good name for a hurricane. I think Kevin is a good name for a hurricane. Hurricane Kevin, or maybe like Hurricane Alopecia. I know it's not really a name, but it seems like something somebody would name their kid. Alopecia. Hey, 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 hey. Smoke weed every day. UFW industrial music, Eric? I don't know what FW means. Do I? Fwa? Do I what? Oh, fuck with. No, I don't. I don't like any of that stuff. It's all long indulgent stuff, self-indulgent stuff. Now I understand now that you've clarified what it means. I do grasp the larger implications of the term. I just didn't know that FW stood for that. You know, I pick up these new things as I encounter them. People, I say them, I've never heard it before, perhaps, or didn't notice it before. Ask and then find out. Like, like the whole cap, no cap thing. That was a long time ago I found out about that, but I don't know why that one comes to mind. I had to ask, like, what is this thing that people are saying? Do I want to do some acid? Yes, I do. But I don't have any acid. So, plus, I'm just coming down from mushrooms, so probably not the best time to take acid. Although, I'm not saying no. I'm just not sure if it would work. I don't know how that works with, like, you can't take mushrooms again. If I took mushrooms again right now, it wouldn't do anything. These mushrooms worked pretty well tonight. But the question is, if or did you say cap? Is that why they came to my mind? I might explain it. So, right. So it's like if I couldn't do mushrooms again right now and have them do anything, I'd have to take shit tons. But I'm not sure if that cross applies to acid. Like, if I tripped pretty good on mushrooms, like, don't even get any sleep, just drop a couple of hits of acid right now, would. Oh, he told you were capping? That's probably what put that one in my mind as an example. But I do know what that means, but at one point I didn't. I had to ask. That's just coming across youth culture stuff in the chat. One invariably ends up being pretty up to date with that kind of thing. Because by and large, people in the chat are younger than I am. And there are, it seems, generally some people who are like in their 20s, so say 30 years younger than me, maybe a little less than that. Like, but the point is, when dealing with all these various people, it's kind of unavoidable that we keep up to date with youth culture slang, which I like to do as well, because I like to know that when it's time for me to do this, that I'm gonna smash in the Rari and I'll have a real dank time. Yeah, he got offended when I said he's capping by laughing, meaning I wasn't trolling. People really are sensitive nowadays. And this is why the world will never move forward. I think there are many problems with the world. I don't think sensitivity is in and of itself a problem, but I think that people using how they feel about things to make determinations in areas where that's not the appropriate way to make determinations, that's a problem. But people who are good at using determine what's best for them are going to use their own feelings in the wrong area as well when it's time to determine what's fair, just, right, whatever. But equivalently, like, I'm going to try to use TI correctness when it comes to feelings. So if I feel whatever, I make a determination as to whether that's a justified feeling, which is not normally what one tries to think about one's feelings as. Typically, it's good to think of one's feelings as always inherently valid. But I just can't think of them like that. It's either I should be sad because I deserve to be sad because some shitty stuff happened, or I'm just being a little baby. And one of those two things is correct. Listen, digital denizen, I'm not a hater. I'm a hurricane. Stop accusing me of this. Because you could fairly accuse me of being a hurricane. And that's even worse than being a hater. So why you gotta depict me as a hater when it ain't even true? Come on, climb inside my eye. That's right, it's nice and calm here in the eye of the hurricane. It's called my eye, but it's more like my vagina. It's all moist and warm and welcoming, but not full of wind and rain. That's the key thing about the eye of a hurricane, is that's where there's not all the wind and the rain. So you just chill there, it's like nice weather. The problem is you gotta just go wherever the eye goes if you want to stay in nice weather. I just sat up right here and now we gotta go left. Well, because it's better than being in the regular part of the hurricane. Well, everybody knows about the eye of the hurricane, but nobody knows what any of the other parts of a hurricane are called except just the rest of the hurricane. Why is that? Because the other parts of the hurricane are all the same. They're just full of wind and rain. Wind and rain everywhere you look. I'm getting blown away to somewhere safer. Okay, amphetamines equal being a hurricane. Caffeine equals being. I just think amphetamines mean I'm enthusiastic about staying up and doing stuff and or talking about stuff. And then no amphetamines means first it's going to be a while of sleeping and eating, and then we're going to enjoy some cartoons. We're going to settle TV watching for a day or two. Go in full blast receiver mode. And then, once I'm all rested up, then it's regular Eric. Regular Eric's cool for a couple days. It's like, I love regular Eric. And then you get antsy Eric. Like, okay, this is enough boring regular time. It's time to be back on amphetamine Eric. And the cycle goes round and around. It's called the circle of life. This has got to be the worst night of my life. Is it Hurricane Pearl? I'm sorry to hear that. What happened? If just what's happening around here made this the worst night of your life, I'm very sorry I haven't been paying more attention. Apparently it's something terrible that's happened. But hopefully the worst night of your life is unrelated to whatever's happening here. I'm done. I shouldn't watch Training Day instead of watching Flow Stream. You should have watched that. Well, you're not at Flow Stream now. You're at Eric's Stream. And I want to commend you for you and all of your hurricaney ways. But with the wind, the rain, the eye, that's my favorite part. Anyway, I think you do a good job of representing hurricanes because they get kind of a bad rap. It's like, it's not the hurricane's fault that you want to put your city there. Put it further back. You don't need to live there. Like I don't get hit by any hurricanes here. Why? Because I live in a sensible place far away from the hurricanes. If you want to live right up on the shoreline, then on the East Coast, and you're just saying, please, I want to get hit by some hurricanes. So don't complain about it when you do. That's what I have to say about hurricanes. Caffeine doesn't provide anything at all except just like, like a cup of coffee sounds good right now, actually. But I often drink coffee right before bed. It doesn't keep me up at all. It doesn't provide any stimulation whatsoever. It might as well just be water that can make your stomach feel sick if you drink too much of it. But if you want a middle ground between speed and nothing, as we've discussed, y'all, that's Wellbutrin. Or modafinil, which is worse than Wellbutrin. If you want to get some sort of like shitty keep you up and make you do stuff while being irritable all the time. That's modafinil. I don't want to do this thing, but it's like, I hate everything but doing this thing even more because everything's shitty and I'm irritated. That's modafinil. You get plenty of stuff done, but it's not going to make you happy at all. Well, Butrin, you know, it's whatevs. The problem with it is you gotta take too much of it for it to make you feel like sprung. But if you don't have unreasonable goals for it. I'm still working on my relationship with it, trying to figure out what I want from it, what it provides, etc. But caffeine doesn't even belong in the conversation, I don't think. It's like, neither does like sugar. Sugar has some impacts on you, but it doesn't keep you awake. I tell you what else doesn't keep me awake. Me. I'm feeling like going to sleep. But I think what I'll do before I go to sleep is play a couple of songs. A couple of songs on the piano. Uh, who knows? Maybe even a song on the guitar. I do play the guitar as well. These days I mostly just like to play the piano. Amphetamines are for crackhead tweakers. Well, okay, Eric. You certainly seem to have a strong opinion about what others do with their heads, but if that's what floats your boat, go ahead and sail. I mean, it seems to me that what you're saying is if somebody is doing amphetamines, you can dismiss them as a person. But if that were the case, then you'd have to dismiss me as a person. And additionally, if you had any other metrics upon which you double checked this heuristic of yours, all of them would falsify the heuristic. Because obviously, that's not any way to know about somebody. You can't judge an individual's character correctness by knowing some incidental fact unrelated to either question. That's just silly. And I think it's fair to say a little reckless. But, maybe you like danger. Problem here is the danger you're incurring isn't danger to you, although it may have danger to you. It'd be that kind of wrong. It's mostly just assaultive to others. Not genuinely assaultive, like not like physically assaultive, but assaulting their identity with words. Like, hey, you're not human because meow. You're in this group and I don't approve of them. I think all those people in that group are terrible. In fact, I don't even think they're people. Doesn't matter which group. That's not the point. The point is that group over there that I'm trying to circle around, they are not human. If anyone knows about addiction, it's you. I did 4 months in jail for sending a judge into retirement. What does that mean? And one person on amphetamines that has done anything positive for society? Me. I've done lots of positive things for society on amphetamines. I was a very highly successful debate coach, helped a lot of students win a lot of awards, and in the process learn a whole shit ton. You know, learn how to make good arguments, how to reason well, how to check one's own claims for legitimacy. Something I suspect you might have benefited from. Alas, I couldn't help everybody, just those I could help. But if you don't want to consider that beneficial to the world, I could also inform you of plenty of, say, artistic production that you might view as beneficial, might view as negative. I don't know, depending on whether you like it, I guess. There's no disputing that my correct explanations and typology work are beneficial to the people I type, at least, and I can point to their enthusiastic claims thereof that, in fact, they feel helped by me. And obviously, I'm not always on amphetamines, but I don't always do amphetamines, but when I do, I choose Adderall. Well, Eric, I think you should be careful about projecting from your own experience and cherry picking sciencey sounding things, okay? Different drugs have very different kinds of interaction with your brain and your body. So, cocaine is much worse for you than amphetamines. Opiates are much worse for you than amphetamines. And most of the harms from amphetamines actually come from sleep deprivation and not from the drug itself. Unlike with cocaine addicts, where their brain is changed in ways that you can always kind of tell they're a coke addict even years after they quit, that's not the way that amphetamine use affects the brain. So you have to be careful and not make irresponsible claims, drawing false equivalencies. I mean, amphetamines don't harm me at all. They're entirely beneficial. Regardless of what you think, about how amphetamines impact my body, on balance, I made a very informed and very enthusiastic decision that yes, I'm better with amphetamines in my life in the way that I choose to have them, which is, have, I take at least a week or 2 weeks off every month because I burn through that bottle pretty quick. And I like it that way. And that's the right choice for me. Ideally, Dexedrine, I would have Dexedrine, maybe, because Adderall is, an adulterated form of Dexedrine, really. But I don't care. Adderall's tweaky enough for me. The point is, what people need to have in their life are healthy habits for them. And I know what's the difference between a healthy habit and an unhealthy habit because I quit drinking 11 years ago. I had to quit drinking because I had an unhealthy relationship with alcohol. It didn't sustainably fit into my life in a positive way. But we have to allow for the fact, though, that other people they can successfully fit alcohol into their lives in sustainable, positive ways. Makes no sense to me because I never could. But that doesn't mean other people can't. And what's most important is that we not pathologize people who have a relationship with a certain substance that is entirely understood by them, is fit into their life. They've got various habits, ideas, whatever, built around consuming this. Could be, around lunch, I've got my day scheduled around lunch. And trying to tell people, no, 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 don't have lunch then, have lunch later. It's ridiculous. So it's important to remember, first and foremost, we celebrate anybody who has sustainable, healthy, happy habits, whatever they are. Whether it's I like to shop for a kick, whether it's I like to um, I like to go to the golfing range and hit golf balls. We don't bother pathologizing shit in, unless unless we've got we defer to the person's individual experience and explanation. So I'm not telling you fuck off, don't ever talk to me about my drinking kind of response at all. I'm telling you, I have a very clear and happy, healthy, I celebrate and am stoked about my ability to use drugs sustainably and for fun and for also getting shit done, I think it's great. I love it. It reminds me of that line from that song. I can still get high. I can play the guitar like not that part of it, but I can still get high. It's a wonderful blessing, to still be able to get loaded in fun, good ways that healthily fit into my life and not have problems from them. It's a blessing that I got from quitting drinking. Well, yeah, if you're addicted to opiates, that's a bad one to be addicted to. I've never been interested in downers. I've never been physically addicted to anything, except maybe tobacco. And that's an iffy one. But like when I quit drinking, I didn't have any withdrawal symptoms, physical withdrawal symptoms. And I've never really been addicted in that regard to anything. Amphetamines have withdrawal symptoms of sleeping a lot, eating a lot, maybe getting a little emotional, not vomiting and shit like that. So it's important that we don't generalize from our own experience, project it out onto others. Just because I couldn't handle alcohol doesn't mean I should tell you you shouldn't drink, or that alcohol is unhealthy, or that you can't have a healthy relationship with it, or anything like that. The chatter, Eric, is well intentioned ultimately. I don't think he's poorly intentioned. I don't mean to be saying that. I just think that, well, Eric, I mean, I don't know your experience and I don't mean to invalidate it. Whatever is your best relationship with drugs is something between you and your drugs. I'm not trying to tell you what to do at all. I would like to tell myself to go to sleep, but I hate that part, I guess. I can say I'm about to end the stream. It could be who knows how long before I get around to it because that's the SE part, right? Like maybe even I want to end the stream, but that involves transitioning from one state of ongoing regularness, which is me streaming, to something different. It means I take some action to end this, and man, it can take me forever to get around to that. I don't like doing stuff. And this is like not doing anything. I mean, when I started it, I did something. That means I started the stream. It means I gotta type this stuff into my phone, push that thing, etc. I hate that part. Then, from that point at forward, now I've not been doing anything. All of these hours, I've not been doing anything because I've just been talking about things. That's just the easy part. It's easier for me to talk about things for hours than it is for me to end the stream. You were using a lot of fentanyl. Fentanyl is very bad. I know a guy who had to be brought back to life after smoking too much fentanyl. And, well, well, he waited, he was dead basically on the floor. His wife was like doing chest compressions until the ambulance got there, and then they finally shot him full of wake me up. I don't know what it's called. Like no more, no more narcotic overdose. Bada bing, bada boom. That's what they should call it. No more narcotic overdose, whatever this stuff is. Well, good for you, Eric. I'm glad that you never overdosed. And I typically don't tell people what to do with the drugs. I do make a few exceptions. Don't do fentanyl. Number one exception. Number two exception. Don't do PCP. Number three exception. Don't inject anything. Those are the rules. It used to just be no needles, no PCP. I've added fentanyl to the list. No needles, no PCP, no fentanyl. Otherwise, get your party on responsibly, but you can't responsibly get your party on with any of those things. Needles, PCP, or fentanyl. I really should include in with fentanyl, like all those horrible things like OxyContin. I don't even know what they all are because I've never been into those at all. They always make me feel violently sick. Just a Vicodin, like after getting tooth work, will make me feel car sick. I do a little bit better with Tylenol with codeine in it. I don't like those things. They make me feel sick. And I've never done fentanyl, obviously, but I'm assuming it would also make me feel sick. Even if it made me feel really good for a while, then when it wore off, it would make me feel violently sick. Like this one time I had codeine cough syrup, and I actually drank enough of it that it actually made me feel good. I was like, "Ah, this is great, I love it." And then, like the next day, I had God's fucking opiate hangover from hell. like just so sick for so long. I said, never again. I mean, the thing is, I said that every time I've done those things. It's like, oh my God, why do I ever even try doing those things? Just a recipe for vomit, Lord. What was I going to do? Right, I was going to play an important song. Oh, you say you want an important song? Okay, well, that's what I'm giving you. What's the important song that you want? I'm going to have an important song about how nobody should ever do drugs. Because you're going to mess up your life. You're going to mess up your life, ruin your family, everything. Where's a good beat here? Foxtrot, huh? This is a foxtrot beat. Seems appropriate for an anti-drug song. Don't do drugs, they'll ruin your life. Don't do drugs, it will also ruin your family and everything that's important to you. Hey, what you do? I thought you cared about what's true. Instead, look at you doing those drugs, ruining your family and your life. Why would you do that when you could simply not do drugs? For example, don't do that one drug over there. That would be totally fair of you. After all, it's in your best interest. You know, a long time ago, I made a terrible, terrible mistake. And I, undergoing some peer pressure, of course, decided to do a drug. Now, I don't know what drug it was, or why I decided to do it. But all I know is that I've regretted it for the rest of my days. Oh, Lord in heaven, I said, won't you please forgive me for the drug I did? And the Lord said to me, only if you promise to drug no more. So I'm like, okay, God, I promise I'll drug no more. From now on, no more drugs in me. I'm gonna be as clean as the floor. I just got super well mopped with super cleaner stuff. Clean enough to eat off at your brunch, but don't worry, God, I promise I'll never drug again. Well, it was round about that time that I realized my mouth may have made a promise that my body and my face were having trouble keeping. And I wondered to myself, I said, myself, is this a problem here? Because I'm afraid you're going to get kicked out of the Garden of Eden. And I cried up to the Lord, hey, can I take back that promise I made? I said in a moment of passionate haste, I didn't really mean it. I think you know if you've been watching me for a while now. I didn't really mean it. No, I take it back. 'Cause I want to keep doing drugs. Hot to chop. That was a great song for everybody. So now let's have another great song. Here we go. Well, that's very slow. That's way too slow. Oh, there we go. This is what they call reggae. You can probably tell from the beat. This is totally reggae. Oh yeah. Totally reggae. Totally reggae. You can totally feel how this is totally reggae. It's like I'm singing with the Jamaican accent reggae. You can tell. Oh yeah, I'm sitting out in the sunshine, having a good old time. And I'm singing reggae, because that's the grind for me. I always said if I had to, then reggae would be the thing I'd listen to at the beach. Oh, reggae time! Here I am with the reggae time. And oh, look at you, reggae woman. You're a reggae woman. What am I gonna do with you? I know. Let's have a reggae party. I'll be the DJ. Dancehall. Reggae dancehall. And you be the lady who's dancing in the reggae dancehall. Okay, I'll be your reggae lady. I want to be a reggae lady for you. Look at me dancing reggae too. I'll be your reggae lady all night long, just like you want it all along. This thing is so hilarious. Making ridiculous beats and autoplay things. Mambo. I've tried mambo before. Let's try about this one, disco Latin. Welcome to Latin America. We're going to the disco. Welcome to Latin America. That thing is ridiculous. Oh my God. Have you ever seen such a ridiculous machine as that? Alright, so let's all take methadone. I'm afraid it's going to make me sick just like all the other opiates. I don't want any methadone, thank you. You leave that adone off of that, then maybe I'll take yeah, bro, with your slanging. But we can do with the adone part. But you know, I'm not saying that people who are addicted to opiates shouldn't take methadone if they want it. Sure, you want to take methadone, take as much methadone as you want. I don't care. I'm all in favor of people who want to take methadone. Take as much methadone as they want. I don't care at all how much methadone they take. Why would I care? Just because I don't want any methadone doesn't mean they shouldn't want some. Just strange concept in general. Like, here, get addicted to this instead. That seems weird. Oh no, you're addicted to heroin. Well, here, get addicted to this instead. Okay. Yeah, I mean, at least you can get it regularly. You don't have to deal with trying to access stuff on the street. Keeps the, what do you call it? What do they call it besides withdrawal symptoms when you're quitting junk? AKA H. Call it something. Oh, that's right. They said they got the morbs. Oh, what's wrong with you? Oh, I got the morbs. Really? Why? Because I'm quitting heroin cold turkey. Well, that'll give anybody the morbs. I'm sure. I never tried it, but you know, apparently it's quite terrible. It's like more terrible than just like, but I really want some. Which is the kind of terrible I am accustomed to. Oh, but I really want some. Oh well. No, I don't want it enough to go try to get it and do stuff. That's just a pain in the ass and it sounds sketchy and just fuck it. I'll just sit here being sober. One of the realities about AIDS is, yeah, I want drugs. I kind of want to just fall in my lap. I don't want to do stuff to get them. You know, I drove within the county to get the mushroom. That was plenty of doing for me. I had to go all the way to Oakland to get them. It just means I just not get them until this guy lets me know again, you know. I just don't care that much. It would be a different story if I couldn't get my Adderall, except by driving somewhere far away. Then I'd drive to get it. But even then, I'd probably put it off a while. till I got real feeny. I'm not a big fan of long drives anymore. Not that I really ever was, but well, driving anywhere from here involves a lot of windy mountain roads until we get anywhere that flattens out. So it's like you take a different approach towards going places and doing things when it's an hour and a half round trip to go to the ATM. To go to my bank's ATM in Oakhurst. But it actually is more like 2 hours round trip to Oakhurst. Not quite, but it's 45 minutes to town, so Oakhurst is considerably further than town. I'm not exactly sure how long it takes, but it's a long jaunt just to go to the ATM. And just to get cigarettes is best case scenario, hour round trip to 30 minutes to reach out, 30 minutes back. Going someplace at night is just like, forget it. I don't care where I might want to go. I gotta be pretty whacked and enthusiastic about going to the casino to drive at night. It's just sounds like such a undertaking. And of course, you get more car sick at night too. If you're driving windy roads, if I'm driving windy roads. All of which is incredibly pointless to be telling anybody, but well, I'm telling you anyway. Why? Because I'm putting off going to bed indefinitely, or in this dream, because I don't like to take action. Hello, Trouble. What's going on, mister? You canceled the Adderall appointment? You're not taking that shit? Good for you. Good for you. Austin. You don't need anything other than the natural self you are. Your body is a temple. And it's a temple of nature. Your mind is also a temple. And so is your spirit. You're a triple temple, they call them. Hello, kitty. You and Austin have something together in common. Neither of you take Adderall. I guess you have a shared reality I'll never understand. Or, dear God, I hope to never understand. That would imply that somehow the apocalypse has happened and I once again cannot get my Adderall. I've been very fortunate to get it on time every month ever since I switched over to the grocery store pharmacy. Though whatever was behind the great Adderall shortage, which I think still persists to this day, is nefarious and horrible, causing endless amounts of headaches for endless amounts of people trying to get their drugs. Fortunately, I'm not one of them right now. anymore, hopefully forever. Fingers crossed. But unfortunately, the Rite Aid is closed in town, so I would expect most of that Rite Aid business to move on over to the grocery store pharmacy. I don't know, I haven't seen any harms yet, but I think maybe I should muse more about this matter while eating the yogurt. Oh, sure, I could make actual food. Like microwave something. Oh, again. Again, I splattered man seed all over my shirt and jacket. Well, they shouldn't make these things so splattery when they open. Maybe it's the elevation gain. I don't know. Regardless, go play splatter. Twice in just one live stream proves that YoPlay has a serious problem on their hands. Namely, my sternly worded letter. Dear YoPlay Yogurt, when I purchased your product, which I expect to uphold the highest standard quality, as YoPlay has always been a brand name I've trusted, you can imagine my shock and dismay when, upon opening your fine product, some splattered on my shirt like I was in some kind of yogurt bukkake. Well, sir or madam, I expect not a coupon, but an explanation and an apology. My granddaughter will never unsee that. Please pray for your husband. No, thank you. I mean, it's absolutely good for Austin to do what he wants, but the way you're putting it, SB Uni, is to make it sound like it's always bad. Other people know best whether they should take whatever drugs they want. There's no universalizing that. Well, after I ate this yogurt, I end the stream. Got nothing else to say. I'm about ready to hit the hay. I think I'll maybe pop a Lanzapine. Try to watch a few minutes of TV, and I'm sure before I know it, I'll be lights out. I might not even need the Lanzapine. It'd be better to just go to sleep like this. I typically sleep pretty well after I take mushrooms. And I prefer to sleep without pills when I can. Sleep well without them. We'll give it a shot and see how it flies. Going into a sleepy week here, so I'm not going to need any house sleeping for long, regardless. All right. That concludes both this yogurt and the live stream. Thank you all for being here. I love you all very much, and think you belong as kings and queens alongside me at the top of the Special Olympics.